how you doing, man?
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, all good. I'm so sorry. I'm sat here thinking, oh, he's running a bit late. And then I thought, I haven't sent him the Zoom link, have I? Sorry, mate. I do
No, that's
apologise.
fine. I was sat here going, has he got to send me an email? Has he got to dial my email? I don't know.
Yeah,
How
how
you
does
doing?
this all work? Yeah,
Yeah.
all good,
Oh,
man. All good, all good. It's frantic at the moment, just manic. I don't know what your situation is, but obviously January's tax month for me, and it's just been a bloody nightmare. I've got an accountant because I can't get my head around it, but
I did.
every year.
I did my first one this year. I'm just going to turn the volume up.
No, I am recording at the moment, mate. But I will start whenever you're ready to go. So don't worry about saying anything you don't want to say at the moment.
I won't slag everyone off while I'm here. Then.
No
Yeah.
worries, no worries, no worries.
No, that's fine. I did my first one this year, and I did. I mean, you can record this or keep this in. It doesn't really
No worries.
worry me. But I went through the whole thing with my accountant and basically came back and they went, you're 5.5 grand the wrong way, pretty much. So you can spend 5.5 grand. That's what I heard anyway. I was just like, yes, sweet, let's go and buy stuff.
Bike bits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, all good. And then literally I went a bit hardcore with this whole thing. I bought a microphone. I've got a 4K webcam. These shelves weren't here the other day.
Love it. So you set up the backdrop.
Everything.
Mate, I love it.
You'll basically, I'll get onto it we'll drop some hints and whatever. But I bought a monkey bike the other day.
Right.
And I haven't told anyone. The only people that know, Matt from Leeds knows,
Yeah.
and Ollie Ray.
Okay.
No one else knows. So Ollie told me to put a monkey in the background. And then we've got a cheeky little leather whip.
What's that for? What's the leather whip for?
Because why not? Just sort of.
Have you got a butt plug in there as well? You're going from TMS?
That's not on the shelf. But, if I look like I'm sitting uncomfortably, then,
Hang on, let me get the app.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I did all that. And then, that's what I was going to say. Is I've got a huge studio light here. I've got this microphone on a boom. I've got everything sorted. And I thought, well, I'll use my headphones that I use for work for the Zoom meetings, left them at work.
Oh, no.
So literally about an hour ago, I was running around trying to find headphones at work. I've got my Samsung ones wherever I've put them, which are wireless, like Bluetooth, wouldn't connect to the PC. So these are £3.50 headphones from down the shop. They've got a little Diamante in them.
Oh, nice.
Pretty hot,
Tasteful.
right? Pretty hot. But yeah, I'm ready to go when you are.
Mate, you're ready. You're ready to do your own podcast. You're fully set. Oh, well, I've decided I'm going to start with a beer. However, I'll have a bottle.
Lagavulin, nice.
No, Tam Navon.
Oh, I saw the ULN.
Lovely that. Yeah, Tam Navon is beautiful. What are you drinking? What you got?
Well, I've got two on the desk, which I think I'm starting on a Jura, which is a Jura Journey, like an age statement kind of thing. And then I've also got a bottle of this stuff.
Oh yeah, what's that like?
It's one of my favourites.
Is it?
Like it's really smooth. I'm trying to think what I'd compare it to. It's very similar to Irish whiskey.
Right.
I had a Redbreast 15 last year.
Shh, there's laws against that. You can't say that.
Yeah, so sorry, you haven't moved up north yet. It's fine. But yeah, I had that last year and I destroyed it in about 3 weeks. And they're like 80 quid a bottle. And my mum bought it for me for my birthday. And I was just like, yeah, mum, that's gone. She's like, what? But yeah, so I've got this. I'm calmed down now. I've got my headphones with the Diamante.
Excellent. Have you had your nervous poo?
I was debating whether I needed another one. But yeah, I sort of, it's going to be, I kicked my missus out as well. She's at her parents'. I told her she can't come in banging and crashing around.
I am so lapsadaisical about all this now. It's just like, all right, got a podcast now. Just had fish and chips for dinner. Right, run up, grab a bottle of whiskey, off we go.
I've literally just scoffed a bagel. So, because I was thinking, if we're not done until like 8:30, 9:10 or whatever,
yeah,
it's going to be, I'm going to be smashed, like sitting here, not eating since lunchtime. Just like, Teapot, do you know what I fucking hate about this industry?
And another thing. Well, I normally end up, I normally finish these like 9:30. I go downstairs and I've had 3 or 4 cans of beer by that point, and you're like, pizza or like nachos, something like that. Straight on Just Eat.
Yeah. Darling, have I told you you're looking really good tonight?
My wife goes to bed. My wife goes to bed at like 5 o'clock at night. She's a proper early to bed, so yeah, she's always long gone.
Is she not on nights? Or like she's still working in the force, isn't she?
She is, but she's sort of office based now.
Right.
So yeah, she works from home most of the time. So she has to go in maybe 2 days a week. So yeah, she's got a real cushy number at the moment. Long may it last.
Jealous. Yeah, jealous.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really say too much. I've been working from home today. Just like wiggle the mouse, carry on editing, wiggle the mouse, carry on editing. But, yeah.
Are you another one of these bloody YouTubers who can edit a video in like a day?
No.
It
takes me I'm better now. So I originally started this. We can get into this. You'll have to cut back to the bit before we started and like all this sort of stuff.
If you're happy with what we've covered so far, I'll just go from the get go. Just whatever. Yeah. Fine.
That's fine. And just slag everyone off. Oh, I mean, I'm such a nice guy. But yeah, you can do the intro. Do you want to do the intro, and then I'll ramble on for hours.
Right, folks, if you haven't figured it out yet, this is Sam Vincent, SamVBikes on YouTube. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, really good. Thank you, mate. Really good.
Awesome. We started this a little while ago. So, welcome to the podcast. If for some reason you've joined it at whatever we are, I can't even see. I don't know. What are we? About 10 minutes in, 5 minutes in, whatever. So, yes, what were you saying? How long does it take you to edit?
So basically just realised that we've been chatting for ages. And we'll go until like 9 p.m. and then go, we should probably start this podcast, shouldn't we? But yeah, so I started on my work laptop because I work for, not to go into it too much, but I work for a media company and we do like the CG in adverts basically.
Oh, wow.
So all of the laptops and computers are all pre-fitted with Premiere Pro, Photoshop, and all that sort of stuff. So I started doing it. Like I had an old Drift camera, the Drift 1080s or whatever they are.
Yeah. I started with them. Yeah,
I used to use them to go into work, just commuting into London. And I just one day I got home from work in the lockdown. So I'm going to go green laning on my Tracer because this would be funny. Like road tires, a bike that doesn't have any off-road heritage or anything. Just, funny. So I started doing that and then I edited it on the laptop. But the laptops are built for emails and Teams, basically. So it's got 8 gig of RAM, or it had 4 gig of RAM. So
over.
It took me like cut and then, careful, I said that, cut and then sort of move the clip forward or like ripple delete or whatever.
Yeah.
And it'd take 5 minutes just to go.
Yeah.
And then the rendering took like hours, like almost days. So I built a PC and it's way quicker. But yeah, it's still, I don't know if you probably didn't watch them because they were a bit naff, but I did like the 12 days of Christmas thing where I just did like that.
I had a quick look at, I sort of I skimmed through some of it. I wanted to sit and go through your channel and have a right good look at it, but
don't do that.
Yeah, like I said to you, I was up all night blooming editing. I literally finished this week's vid. I think it finally finished rendering at about 4:45. So then I was like, right. So I sat down. I had a shower because I'd not washed in 2 days. And I sat down and I started beating through your. Well, not. I should watch how I phrase things.
Cheeky. I didn't realize they were that good.
It's the beard. It's the beard and the quafford hair. That's what does it. Yeah, so I started watching the vids and I saw one of the vids, one of your most recent ones where you said you lost subscribers because of the 12 days of Christmas.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it again because I sat there going, about 3 days before December, I went, I'm going to do 24 days of Christmas. This is going to be great. And I'm going to do like a new video every single day because people
it'll go viral.
Yeah, like I swear quite a lot. So if I just randomly swear, sorry.
Don't worry.
Yeah, you'll say that when I'm like 3 whiskeys in.
You prick.
Yeah, that's light. Try me.
Got
But
this to
yeah,
get through yet.
yeah, yeah. But I was, I just sort of, well, I can't even remember what I was saying. What was I saying?
The 12 Days of Christmas
Yeah.
vid.
Oh, Christ, yeah. So I thought, yeah, I'll do that. And then I realized there's no way on earth I'm going to work 5 days a week, edit and film all of these videos and get them up and respond to comments and all that sort of stuff and come up with 24 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up doing 12, and the first one wasn't too bad. I cheated heavily on that, like to the point where I sat there going, this is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, like that kind of stuff, and just cut it in. And barely anyone noticed that as well, which I was quite impressed with. So I just started doing that, and they took me a couple of hours to edit at max. But everything else just takes, I don't like it. I watch it like 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, this is shit. Like, or I'm bored. I know I've watched it 15 times, but I'm bored, so I don't like it. But the worst one by far was my first day of Wild Atlantic Way.
Mm-hmm.
That one took me, like, alongside work, I must have spent 4 solid days on that.
Yeah.
Like, actually 4 solid days editing it.
Yeah.
And then I look at your travel videos and I'm like, why is this so good? I'm such a dick.
Honestly, my vids take me anywhere from 3 to 5, sometimes 3 to 6, 7 days. I don't understand how like Chopsy and Rich and TMF and folk like that, they just seem to batter videos out in a day or two. They've got them done, and I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? I don't know how you do it.
In the nicest way though, like I watch all of those guys anyway, but you can watch your video. This is just going to be me blowing smoke up your ass for like 40 minutes.
Do it.
But yeah, do it, please. I've just told you I've beaten one off to your videos, so you know. But yeah, like you, Richie, TMF, Lamb Chops, they're all like, their videos are very how you'd expect them from like a decent YouTuber. Whereas you watch yours, you're like, damn, this guy's put a lot of effort into editing. Like there's stuff that comes up on screen all the time. And there's chop and edit and music and all this sort of stuff. And the music goes with the cuts and all that sort of stuff. And you can tell. I mean, TMF's done it absolutely spot on. Like his process, get a bike, do the first review, do the top 5 things. I'm like, you're such a dick. How do you get away with that?
I'm really envious of Andy, how that is his style. So that's what people expect. People come to his channel because they expect that. Sometimes he just uses one camera and his phone. In fact, a lot of the time it's one camera and his phone. And like he almost we have a little WhatsApp group, and he almost gloats when I'm like, I'm on day fucking 4 of this boxy vid, and he's like, just did mine today. Well, in fact, what's he say? I think he said he's got 2 videos a week already done, edited until April, already uploaded and scheduled and ready to go. I'm just like, I haven't even finished today's video yet.
This is going up in an hour and I need to render it.
It's already late and I haven't even started uploading it yet.
I try to, and I think this is not me promoting it or anything, but I've literally just set my Patreon live because Ollie Ray literally just went, why haven't you? You're a moron. Like, called me all these names under the sun. And I didn't want to do it because I can't put up early content that's sort of early, if that makes sense, like worth paying for the content. Because some days I'm literally editing it the day before it goes live.
Yeah.
So I can't say I'm going to give you a video a week early, because sometimes the videos come in and I've just got 10 or 15 videos to go. Sometimes I've just got nothing. I'm sitting there going, I need to film something, cool BMW. Can I ride a bike? But yeah, I do, the guys that have got it nailed, like Royal Jordanian. I don't know if you watch his.
Yeah, I don't anymore. I used to.
Yeah, he commutes into London and just films stuff and like chops it all together. doesn't really have to talk, doesn't do anything like that, and he just absolutely like, what's he got, like 1.4 million subscribers
Yeah,
or something stupid?
yeah. But again, he rode that wave like TMF and Baron von Grumble and that. Well, Baron, Chris sort of started it, didn't he, back in 2012, 13 to 15, 16, whatever, with Baron von Grumble. He introduced and well, not introduced, but he really popularized that sort of standard motovlog content, the American content, like just riding your bike and chatting shit, really. And then Andy really started pushing it. I think it was about 2017, 16, 17. TMF started doing it, and he was grinding out 3 to 5 vids a week, and he did that for like 2 or 3 years.
That's. I mean, that is really the
it's
commitment
a phenomenal
level.
Effort.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Full, and I think also
full respect.
The I mean, we'll get onto it probably when we're drunk and want to rant about stuff, but like the money that you get just starting for like the amount of hours you put in is probably the worst paid job on the planet.
Absolutely.
Like when you're sort of starting, and it only gets sort of tolerable, I suppose, when you get your sponsors and you get your Patreons and stuff like that.
Yeah, Patreon for me is the biggie. I've actually dropped most of my sponsors now. I just have 2. I've got Cali Moto and I've got Canary Moto Tours. They're my only 2 sponsors for the YouTube channel. Just because I don't know. It was a gamble because I was kind of hoping that, I was starting to do my tours again this year, and as long as the tours sold, then that would fill the void of not having the sponsors on board anymore. And the tours have sold really well. They've all sold out, so that's a fantastic year. But I didn't like the added pressure of being committed to producing sponsored content. Like, I know they won't mind me saying, I've still got a very good relationship with Inov now, even though, we've parted ways. But, obviously they have a financial commitment, or they had a financial commitment to me as a channel. And for that, they expect a return. They expect promotions. They expect, vids with their content in it. And they expect reviews of the various products that they send my way. And I've always say to everybody, I'll be as honest as I possibly can in my content, because people aren't daft. People smell bullshit.
Yeah.
But also, frank.
I think it's that one thing of, as soon as you recommend something that's naff, or you say this is great, I just realised my lips are bright red. It's not lipstick, I promise. I just wanted to look really good for you, Brooks.
It's that 15-year-old red.
Yeah. But yeah, I did my first ride out last year, and I had a load of people go, do you actually like Halversons? Do you actually use your custom fit guard, like earplugs, all this sort of stuff? And I'm like, well, yeah, like I had Halversons and custom fit guards before they even knew I existed, and before I even knew I was going to do any YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
But it does, as soon as you recommend something that's not like perfect and someone calls you out on it, then they don't trust you anymore.
Your integrity's gone.
Yeah. I mean, that's a better way of saying it than me rambling for 10 minutes. But yeah.
I also think, like, you just have to be honest, and if you're always going to get people who will say black to your white, that always happens. But I think as long as you can, maybe justify is the wrong word. Yeah, justify. As long as you can say, well, this thing here, I think it does this, and I don't like that because of this. However, I do like this. As long as you try and be open about it and honest and balanced in what you're saying, people can't really complain, can they? So
they can. Have you not seen the comment section?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it definitely does affect, like, you as a trading brand on YouTube.
Yeah.
I seem to have fallen out of favor with a lot of PR companies out there. I can only assume maybe I'm making a big deal out of something that's not actually there, but I don't. It's probably because when I was getting invited to launches and stuff, I'd always turn them down. I'd never go because that's just not my cup of tea, But you've probably figured this out as well, that the PR companies that handle manufacturers, a lot of the time they work with other companies, kit suppliers, helmet suppliers, just tire people, all that sort of stuff. It's a very close-knit little niche world, the motorbike world. So I think if you sort of put one nose out of joint, you can,
the rest of them can follow. Yeah.
A lot of them. I know I'm still massively out of favor with the team that do Suzuki. I know that for a fact. I've been told by lots of companies have approached me and said, we were told not to do anything with you, and it's like, oh, for God's sake.
What you should do is you should get something like stupid, like a Gixxer, and ride it around the world. That'd be really good.
It really disappoints me that bike isn't going to get the recognition that it really. I'm not genuinely not fussed about me. I'm really not fussed about me. But the bike is fucking incredible. What that bike did, and it deserves to be like put on a plinth in a Suzuki HQ, and for them to throw everything they've got on it as an organization behind it, but they won't. And the Suzuki brand's got, the Gixxer brand's gone now. I can't believe that.
I've never ridden a Gixxer, literally never ridden one. But because I walked into my local Suzuki dealer when I was quite young, doing my first couple of reviews. And I'm walking around this bright blue Gixxer with my mate, and the sales guy comes over, and bear in mind I've turned up on a 700 Tracer, so 75 horsepower. I've got the average gear kind of thing, all that sort of stuff, and I'm just like, I'm really interested in this. I really would like to take it out for a test ride kind of thing. And he just went but it's a shame. I don't understand. I mean, if anyone from Suzuki's watching this, I love your bikes, and I would like to.
So do I.
Yeah. We both love your bikes almost as much as my bike, almost. But yeah, it does baffle me. But then I guess it depends on if you're going to say the truth and there's something bad about it. Are they going to go, actually, well, what if I give it to someone that I know, like Chopsy loves sports bikes. He's got a Gixxer, or has he still got a Gixxer?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's got a track bike now. Yeah.
So if they bought out a new one, they'd go, Chopsy, there's an obvious one. He's going to love it. Yeah. And he might, whereas you're not the normal sports bike rider, I guess.
That hurts me, because I was nothing but sports bikes. I wouldn't go anywhere near adventure bikes, and now I'm like Mr. GS now, and that's starting to get me. I'm like,
give us a couple of hours and a few whiskeys, and I'll have you on the phone to KTM ordering a Super Duke.
Honestly, I nearly was. I nearly bought the Super Adventure when I had that one for 2 weeks. I was seriously considering it. And,
do you know what? The worst, the most regular comment I get, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on YouTube or whatever, is how reliable has it been?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I get it. The Super Dukes are they have issues, like their TFT goes black and the switchgear leaks for some reason. The Super Duke GT is pretty much the same, because it's the same bike with a fairing, essentially. Someone's going to kick off about that in the comments. It's not the same bike. But the Super Adventure is just it's an iteration on. And a guy messaged me the other day saying he didn't know whether to get the Super Duke GT or the Super Adventure. And I went, well, if you're going to get the Super Duke GT, I would wait for the new iteration, because they're going to put the new switchgear on, the new wiring loom, the new tweaked engine kind of thing. So if there was any reliability issues, you're better to go for the newer sort of iteration of bike, the newer wiring loom and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I've had, what have I done now, 22 and a bit thousand miles, and basically faultless. I'm gonna say it like that. So, told you. I bet he's had loads of oil leaks.
Have you had no issues at all then?
No, so
you said basically. You were very careful to put basically in there.
Yeah, the engine fell out and the rear wheel fell out. No. So the only issues I've had with it,
it's my fifth frame, it's my fifth chassis, six engine,
triggers broom kind of thing. But yeah, it's completely fine. I've done 22,000 miles. It's just going to go forever. But no,
to and from the dealership.
Yeah, yeah. It's been in a dealership for 6 months, so they're not my mileage. But yeah, the mirrors, the glass came away from the backing of the mirrors.
Saw that,
which you probably saw because I was riding down to my parents in Cornwall.
Yeah.
And I noticed it. I was like, why is there a vibrating noise when I accelerate? And I just stopped at a set of traffic lights and just did that on the mirror, and then the rest of the 2.5 hours I had left, I was just going,
you could look at.
This is really annoying. But cool. I emailed KTM and just went, guys, this has happened. What's going on? And he said, yeah, come in the new year. We'll replace them, which they did. I fitted a throttle spacer, which snapped a cable to the heated grips. I don't know whether it was me or not, but one of the heated grip cables snapped whilst I was fitting the throttle spacer. Don't know how. But yeah, those are replaced. And then the only other thing that goes wrong is if you start it too quickly, you get a preload error.
So
like you turn it on and then it does its little fancy, look at me, I'm a super adventure, ready to race. Yeah.
Diagnostics, Sam. Diagnostics.
God, you're so professional. You've been in this industry way too long.
Professional, full time,
Yeah, reading the spec sheet. Yeah, they said something about diagnostics. But yeah, if you turn it on too quick, the preload error comes up.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just
that's what mine did all the time.
Oh, really?
The press bike. Sorry to keep interrupting, but that's exactly what the press bike did with me.
Too eager, mate. Oh, you're too keen.
Premature.
Same.
Got all excited. Oh, I'm going to ride the KTM.
My missus keep using that word. Why does she keep using that? But yeah, so if you...
She doesn't with me.
Yeah. She's got better taste then. But yeah, so if you turn it on, I normally wait until the logo comes up saying whether the oil temperature is low or cool or normal. And if that comes on, you just then start it and it's fine. The only other time that comes up if you're on a trip and you've got a load of weight on the back, but it's not enough weight. Yeah.
What's 20 and a half stone like? Is that okay? Is that all right?
Massive. You should do some rowing or something. But if you're sat on the bike, it's fine. But if you had roll bags and a tent and all sorts of stuff on the back, and then you're on a slight incline, for some reason, the preload error sometimes comes up with that. But it's like, I assume it's because it thinks this is too much weight for the bike, but not enough weight for a person. So something's off here. So it thinks you can still ride the bike. You can still do everything you want. The only thing you can't do is adjust the preload. Like, that's literally it.
Sam, you're really not talking me into KTM ownership, I've got to say.
I mean, a guy messaged me. This is really funny because I was talking to Mark from Leeds about it. Mark from Leeds.
MFL.
I have to do that every time I say his name. And every time, if he rings me, I just, at the top of my lungs, Mark from Leeds. And he's just like, yeah, I'm at work. Can you not shout that in my ear?
What's that? You want me to do it again?
Yeah. Oh, I heard, what was that? Mark from near Leeds. You're not actually from Leeds, Mark. Stop telling everyone that. But yeah, I was chatting to him over Instagram and this guy messaged me and he just went, this was when I put the 22,000 mile thing up on my story on Instagram. Yeah. And he messaged me saying, what's it like for a sort of reliability? And I went, yeah, it's great. And he said, because I've got a GS or GSA and it's done 15,000 miles and it's falling to bits, actual quote. And I was just like, really? Like, but then everyone I speak to, this is going to sound really bad, but everyone I speak to with a GS has had problems. And I'm convinced this is like whether, like, it won't affect me and you because we ride all the time, Chicky. But I'm convinced it is people not riding their bikes because, on the KTM forums, it's hilarious. Someone will go, oh, fucking KTM, the battery died again. And you look in the comments and they rode the bike like 3 months ago. Yeah. Like, of course it's going to go flat. And then the only time they have ridden the bike, they had a heated jacket, heated gloves, heated grips, and their fog lights on.
20 minutes down the road to the calf. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's Starbucks. So I'm sure it is that mixed with them not looking after the bike kind of thing. Because it doesn't matter what temperature it is outside, how long I've been riding. I can start my bike on the drive, roll it to the bottom of the drive, turn it off and on again, and it starts straight away. What was just before the snow a few weeks back, I went outside, the dashboard said -8 on it, and it started instantly. Like it was no different to starting it in like 15 degrees. So, but apart from that, I mean,
I'm the same. Like I've had 3 GSs now, and I've done well over 100,000, more like probably 120,000 plus miles on those 3 bikes, and I've not had a single issue with it. There was one time when, what was it? I think it was a butterfly valve in the exhaust, the servo. That the butterfly valve, I think, had jammed open or shut. That's it. And basically every single bike I've ever owned, bar my last 2 GSs, but every other bike, all my Gixxers, they all did that. Tuono, it did it. If you ride a bike enough, shit gets in there, doesn't it? And it just clogs up that butterfly valve. Yeah, that's the only issue I've ever had.
But I think it's because you ride your bikes.
Yes,
you don't leave them in the garage for 3 months on end, or like 2 months.
I do now. Yeah.
Shut up! This isn't working for my argument.
Sorry to interrupt, folks. I will be quick. It is sponsor shout-out time. We are sponsored, as always, by Ultimate Add-ons. Bit of a blurb to read out for them. Ultimate Add-ons are the premium manufacturer of mobile phone and action camera mounting solutions for motorcycles, with a kit for any bike and a proven track record of creating products that keep your devices safe, secure, and easily accessible. The Ultimate Add-ons product range is ideal for any rider, from the commuter to the round-the-world adventurer. Why shell out on an expensive GPS system when you could use your smartphone, keeping it charged and within easy reach to take photos of your travels at the same time? Ultimate Add-ons waterproof, shockproof and dustproof tough cases are available for all flagship smartphone models and are designed by riders for riders. Find out why Ride Magazine gives Ultimate Add-ons their coveted Best Buy certification. Keep riding this winter with Ultimate Add-ons. It's all about the journey. Now, folks, if you head to ultimateaddons.com and use the code TeapotOne10, you'll get 10% off. I've got an affiliate link for them as well, which I'll leave down below. So if you listen to the podcast, check out the show notes. If you're watching the vid, have a look at the vid description. And obviously with the affiliate, I also make a slight commission off that. Costs you nothing more. So a massive thanks to Ultimate Add-ons. We are also sponsored by, as always, the Influencer Store. Influencer Store handle all my merch. You can see up there, I've got loads of hats, there's hoodies, there's all sorts of things. So if you head to TeapotOne.com, head to the shop, you can check out all the merchandise, and that is all handled by the folks over at the Influencer Store. The Influencer Store helps you build your brand, big or small, providing you with a solution and apparel. We help you to increase your fan base while supporting you with starting your own influencer clothing line with nothing more than just an idea or design, and there are no hidden costs. For more info, come check us out at theinfluencerstore.co.uk or drop us an email at online@influencerstore.co.uk for more information. Again, there'll be links down below, folks. Lastly, a big shout out to all of you over in the clan, over on Patreon. As always, folks, I keep saying this, but it is true. I literally could not do this full time without your support over there. So a huge, heartfelt thank you from me. If you'd like to go that extra mile and help support both the podcast and the main Teapot One vid channel, then head to patreon.com/TeapotOne. Again, links down below. A massive thanks to each and every one of you who's listening or watching the podcast. I love doing the podcast. I really do. And I love getting all the feedback from you, from all the various different guests that we've had. If you could be so kind, on whatever platform it is that you're listening or watching the podcast, if you're listening on Apple Podcast or Spotify in particular, you can rate the podcast on there. Obviously, a 5-star rating goes a long way to help boost the podcast up through the ranks. And if you're watching the video, just give it a like, give it a comment, and both video and audio, if you share that with everyone that you think might be interested, that would be a massive help. All right, folks, let's get back to it.
But yeah, it's I'm sure it is, because everyone you speak to that's had a problem, besides the oil leaks and or whatever, like water leaks and stuff that occasionally come out, most of them are just people that don't ride their bike, or when they do, they ride it like it's stolen, and they don't let it warm up, they don't let it cool down or anything like that, and just there's a guy that I used to see at Bike Stop, my beloved Bike Stop. I'm going to go on about them as well. But he used to come down on an XR and S1000 XR. Of course, you knew that was. And he had a 2019 model, which was pre-facelift, and then he bought a new one. And he bought the new one and didn't trade his bike in. Oh, I don't think he did anyway, but his new one was he had it for 7 months and it was in the dealer for 5. Jesus. Like, it was every couple of weeks he'd turn up on his old bike and like, or on a test or loaner kind of thing. And I just like, I don't know what's wrong with this bike. Maybe it's a sort of built on a Friday kind of thing. And I went from here to Finchingfield in Essex. God, this must have been a couple of years ago now when I first got my bike. He was coming the other way and on his back wheel. And it was just that. And I'm like, yeah, that might be why his bike was breaking all the time if he rides it like that. But yeah, who knows?
I had a mate of mine years ago, and he bought one of the first, I think it was the cross plane R1 when that first came out. It was like 2009, 2010, something like that. And his bike, within about 4 months, certainly less than 6 months, the engine was fucked. It was done, right? And he took it back to, I think it was P&H or wherever it was. He took it back to the dealership that he bought it. And they were just having a look, and they were like, the engine's fucked. It's like you're riding it with no oil, but there's oil in it. And what it was, I mean, he got the engine replaced and everything by Yamaha. They did it all under warranty. Oh, wow. But what it was is he literally spent most of his time on the back wheel, literally almost most of the time he's on the bike.
Starts it of oil.
And he just no oil was getting around the engine. He's an absolute lunatic.
Go on YouTube and there's just videos of him doing burnouts at Ace Cafe. And you're like, I don't know why it's wrong.
Do you know what I think it was? Is like when he got the new engine into the bike, he left the dealership on the back wheel, and he knew the salesman. And like the salesman apparently had said to him, "Is like, do you ride the bike like that all the time?" He was like, yeah. And he says, that might be why there's no oil getting around the engine.
Oh my God. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, me too.
I think, key word there, think, I can wheelie my Super Adventure, because that thing, like in rally throttle mode, if you're quite aggressive, very aggressive, it'll power wheelie in fourth gear. Like third gear is my prime. I do this on a runway, obviously on public road,
obviously, because that would be irresponsible, dangerous, and illegal.
No. Illegal, especially that. But third gear is so easy to wheel because you accelerate hard and it just gently comes up and it just sits there, and you've got traction control on, so it saves you from going too high. I got one of those on camera a couple of months back, and it was like this high off the floor, and I was just like, oh, shit.
Like, you felt you were like that.
Yeah. I thought I was falling off the back of the bike. But like it's, oh God, I'm so good. And then it's like this high off the floor. Barely decompress the suspension. Like,
still a wheelie. The front's off, it's a wheelie.
Yeah. 1 inch or like, I was going to make another joke there. I'm just not even going to go. Look at that already. Jesus.
I've nearly finished this. I've got to get this whiskey underway soon, but I've got a wee bit left of this beer. Sam, I suppose we should actually talk a little bit about your channel, shouldn't we, before we get into these questions? Because it's all right. What's that whiskey called again?
Hibiki. It's a blended Japanese whiskey.
Oh,
and it is smooth.
I've seen the bottle, but I've never tasted it. I don't think
it's not. Like your Lafroigs and stuff have. When you open a bottle of Lafroig, it smells a little bit TCP. The original sort of whiff. This lets your eyes go. Yeah.
Can I ask? Do you do water or ice?
Neither.
Good man. Yes. Nothing
I'm
at
not,
all. Just straight.
I'm not going to ruin a whiskey. Yeah.
I'm exactly the same. I'm like, no, just whiskey. Thank you.
I bought a bottle. So every year, I mean, I say this year, like, this is still a bottle for my mate, right? And he hasn't picked it up yet. I won't show you the writing on that because that is very rude. But I bought a bottle for a mate of mine that doesn't really drink whiskey for 1 year for Christmas. And it was nothing special. I think it was like a Jura 12 or something like that. So it was one of the ones you can get in Tesco that's 35 quid. And if you've got a club card, it's 12 quid because Tesco love that. And I bought it for him because he was just like, oh, you love your whiskey. I really need to get into it. And I gave it to him. The first thing he said was, what'd you say, put this with Coke or lemonade? And I was like, get out. Give me that back. This is mine. Here's a bottle of TCP for you to actually drink.
Here's some MD 2020, you
yeah. Monkey shoulder. Like some really cheap stuff off the shelf. Tesco didn't even want to sell this. It's that bad.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna crack mine open. So
see,
Carnival. This is a first for Bru Time podcast.
You're welcome.
Oh, this stuff is. Have you tasted this? Oh, it's amazing. It's so smooth.
Just order one while I'm on the phone to you.
Yeah.
On the phone. God, I'm so old. Right. I need to restock my shelf because I had
Slash. And good night to everyone else. Oh, wow. That is nice.
I had some bad, well, I say bad, like average kind of whiskies on my shelf. And obviously when you're used to, most of these people buy for me for my birthday or for Christmas or whatever, which is fantastic because then I don't need to spend 80 quid on a bottle of whiskey. And then I had some like cheap stuff that I bought off the shelf in wherever it was. So drinking it like this tastes like shit. I need to get some. When's Christmas? And I had no whiskey on my shelf until a month and a half ago, and then I've now got 7 bottles.
Good effort.
Which is just like perfect.
Right, and then round to Sam's house.
Yeah, I know. Well, also my mates want to do whiskey nights all the time, and I'm like, well, if you want to do a whiskey night, I'm not bringing my good whiskey round.
Yeah, you get them in.
My best mate calls them session whiskies. He's got session whiskies where he just uses them to get drunk. And I'm like, you're not doing that with my lovely bottle of whiskey, bottle of Glentorrit 18 or something. And he's just like, oh yeah, let's get smirched.
Yeah. One sip, chuck it away. No.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah. You were going to try and do stuff.
Are you a cigar man?
I don't smoke, but I have had cigars quite a few times in the past, and this is going to sound really poncy, but if they're good ones, I can smoke them. But if they're not, I'd rather lick the floor. Like that's the safest one of those things I'd rather do that I could use for this podcast. Yeah. But yeah, it's if they're nice cigars, then yeah, 100%. But I try not to because I'm fat enough as it is and unhealthy enough as it is.
You properly notice a difference, don't you, between like a £5 cigar and a 30 quid one, 40 quid or up. I mean, it's ridiculous, but some cigars are triple digits, but and the rest. But if you spend like at least 20, 25 quid and up, you get a really nice cigar. But it's quite a chunk of money, isn't it? Literally to set fire to.
Yeah, but I mean, the one thing that's a beneficial thing about a cigar is that you can have half of it and that's enough. And then you have the following night, you'll have half of it or whatever, as long as it doesn't go like get moist or whatever. Moist.
Didn't realise you were weak.
Yeah, I am. Sorry. But it's fine. I got a whiskey, so it's fine. I could have sat here going, oh, Bruce, I've put some some fat-free Coke in my whiskey. And I don't like it too strong.
You could have, but I would have been so nice talking to you anyway, Sam.
Yeah. And folks, that's the end of this week's podcast.
Technical difficulties. There'll be no podcast this week.
Yeah. What do you mean, Bruce? I can hear you completely fine. There's no technical.
La.
Just give Sam. It time. I was just going to say, give it time. You'll be up in Scotland, moved up in Scotland, couple of bottles of whiskey, couple of boxes of cigars sitting there with a good view in your background, not London.
M20. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be fine. Anyway, carry on. Let's
I'll be
actually do
dead
something.
within the year.
Yeah.
Sam.
But-
What a year! What a great year it will be.
Screw it.
Tell us about you and how you got into all this malarkey.
Started it lockdown 2020. I think it was May 2020 because I'd got, like I said, I did that Green Lane video on my Tracer, which was just me. I think it's called An Idiot Goes Green Laning or something like that. So I did that, and then I thought this is quite funny. I got like 12 views on it. So none of it was, I want to do this for YouTube kind of thing, or to give up work and all that sort of stuff. So I just got a little bit of warmth there. Good to breathe in.
A whiskey burp.
Yeah. Trying to do that not through the nice microphone. So I did that, which was fine. And then I started getting a few people coming back every week. Every time I uploaded a video, it was nonsense. It was crap. Like the one thing that bugs me about my channel was one of my best performing videos is me I did 11,500 miles on a set of Michelin Road 5s. And it's got like 60,000 views. I'm like, why? And it's like you open it up and there's a point where I'd done the intro so many times that I was fed up and I didn't want to do it anymore. So I come in and sigh. I'm like, so this week, and I was like, and everything is awful. The lighting's awful, the audio is awful, but it's one of my best ones, so I can't delete it.
Isn't that infuriating when it's like that? Like, no, this is shit. Do not give this recognition.
Stop watching it. And so I started doing a few videos and it got quite interesting. And then I thought, my dad's a biker. He didn't want me to be, like, obviously for various reasons, but I bought a bike and hid it in my girlfriend's shed for 3 months and then told him about it. I know he'll be watching this as well. Him and my mum will be watching this when it goes out, not now, because that'd be really creepy. But I'll tell you about this as well. I go off on tangents as well. So sorry. This is going to be a 7-hour long podcast.
I was going to say, this may be the first 4-hour podcast.
Yeah, and the rest. It'd be all right because I use this to go up to Scotland. But yeah, we were sat here and my parents live in Cornwall, but my dad used to commute back and forth to Cornwall every weekend because he used to work in London, which is, fair play to him kind of thing. But yeah, we were sat here on like a Wednesday night or whenever it was. And I just went, we were eating dinner on our laps on the sofa because we didn't have tables. And I just went, Dad, I bought a motorbike. And he was just, I'll have to do it from the side. You'll get to see my sparkling things. And he just sort of stopped eating and went, that's pissed me off, and carried on eating. And I was just sitting there like, shit, I'm going to wake up castrated and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, since that, great. And I thought, the best thing for this is that if I get good enough at this, then we can use it to show or to document our trips kind of thing without making it too cliche. I think there's a lot of people that, especially now that I talk to, that say they wish they'd have documented more with their parents before the parent passed away or whatever. Yeah. So I started doing it kind of for that. Then we went into lockdown 2.0. And I just started doing garage videos to kind of get better at it. And there's just, I mean, at that point I was earning no money, like literally nothing, getting 40 views a video, like real, they were crap. Replacing a bearing on a head bearing on a Tracer 700. Let's watch this. Let's watch me fuck this up, cut it, and then pretend I haven't fucked it up. But yeah, I started doing all of those. And the only reason I carried on going, bar buying GoPros and stuff, was I got the repeat people coming back every single week. And there's one guy, and I have to, Michael McClarney, I don't know how you say his surname, but he's about 70-odd-year-old guy. He comes back every single week and he's watched pretty much every single one of my videos. Brilliant. And we have conversations that are like 20 comments long. And he's just like, how you doing? How's things? How's Emma? Like, how's the bike going on? So it's like he's my granddad, if you know what I mean. But yeah, so I just sort of carried on going, and then it's kind of taken off a bit. It's kind of got a bit more traction this last year since I got, well, to be fair, the year and a half since I've had the Super Adventure. It was 1,000, then it was 1,500, then 2,000, and it kind of picked up from there. So that was a 7-hour message of me how I started this channel.
Isn't it weird though that like certain bikes can really trigger a bit of growth, and they can trigger some growth. They can trigger a bit of growth in the channel.
Yeah.
Well, they can do that too.
Please grow.
The Super Ducar that did that. Wow.
Yeah.
Best Viagra going, that bike. But anyway, yeah. Like for me, I own one of the most popular bikes out there. You know, the tractor. Exactly. Which is why I haven't done much content around that bike. You know, like I go loads of trips on it and on GS's, and I do a lot of stuff on it, but I don't do vids, or I hadn't done vids like, you know, how to take the fairings off of an R1250 GS, how to fit crash bars to an R1250 GS, all this sort of stuff. You know, like I have, in retrospect, gone back on some vids, some trip vids that I'm like, you know, this should get more than what it's getting. So I have started like loading the title and keywords with the
clickbait the shit out of it.
Well, kind of, yeah, and it does work. You know, like you do notice more traction because you've mentioned whatever it is in the title.
My biggest video, still to this day on my channel, is a video that I did on a 1250 GS. I'd ridden them 3 or 4 times, and it was literally just a review.
Best bike in the world.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple of hours. So I did that video in comparison to my Super Adventure, but on the thumbnail I put, "Did I make a mistake?" And in the opening, I said, in this video, I'm going to ride the 1250 GS and see if I've made a mistake buying my Super Adventure. Oh my God. The amount of people, that have told me that I'm wrong and I did make a mistake. And it's got like 100, I mean, it's nothing compared to a lot of people, but it's got 100 and something thousand views, 130,000 views or something.
Good.
And every time it goes out, or like there seems to be every couple of weeks it'd go or gain a couple of thousand views, and I get a load of comments on it, and then it'd die off again, and then it'd come back, and then it'd die off again. But it's the GS. And it's the problem with it, and I'm saying this as a KTM owner. I was going to bring my KTM keys down just to dangle them in front of here. But it's a fantastic bike, and every single thing about it is amazing. And that's the reason it's one of the best selling, or is the best selling bike. But as soon as you say anything negative, yeah, you can't do that. Oh, there's some diehard fans out there. Diehard.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
But go on. No, go on. I'm chatting too much.
I agree. I do think overall the GS is the best out of the big adventure bikes. But for me, it's the best. It's the best one. Full stop. But I definitely think the Super Adventure S is the better riding bike. It's the KTM's definitely much more engaging. It's much more fun. It's more of that bike will put a grin on your face, you know, and
your trousers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Whereas the GS it's almost too refined. It's almost too good.
Yeah,
that sounds really wanky. It's too refined. It's not too good. It's too refined because it takes the edge off of riding. Sometimes you kind of have to push the GS a bit. I find you have to push it a bit more to get anywhere near the level of excitement and adrenaline that you get from the likes of the Ducatis and from the KTMs.
The thing so 2 parts in response. One guy, I don't know where I heard it. I'm going to pretend that he messaged me and we were having a really in-depth conversation, but it may well have been on one of your podcasts. It may have been a review. I don't have a clue. But one guy said on a GS, you remember what you're doing. So like the scenery, where you're going and whatever. On a KTM, you remember the ride.
Yeah.
Which is very true. Like, I mean, the GS is phenomenal, but I think the second sort of part is, I think, please, if you're watching this, Tom Randerson, who's the manager of BMW down the road, please don't hate me forever. He, with the BMWs, they're fantastic in so many ways. But even with, I rode the S1000R, a year ago, a year and a half ago, something like that. And it was phenomenal. It was so quick. It was so nimble. You could throw it into a corner, but it felt very perfect. And I was like, well, I want to feel like this is about to throw. Is it going to throw me off, or is it going to wheelie? Or no, it's going to wheelie exactly how much the traction control wants it to wheelie.
Yeah.
And the only character from it is the pops from the exhaust and the kind of, I don't know, when I rode the S1000 XR, my dad was on a trip with his best mate. He doesn't see his best mate very much. And he told his best mate about me doing the YouTube channel. He was like, oh, it's really good, like sold it up kind of thing. And the first video that went out that night was me riding the S1000 XR. And I rode that like an arsehole. Like I'm talking stupid speed. I cut out a lot of it, which is the worst part. But that video could have been half an hour long. It was about 10 minutes because I cut out everything because it was just like that kind of thing. But it was only fun for me over 8,000 RPM.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, because when you're on 8,000 RPM on an inline four that's got 160 horsepower, you're doing 90, 100 mile an hour.
Easy. And it's only just starting to come alive. Yeah.
And that's where you want it. Whereas the Super Adventure, I'm doing 50 mile an hour, giggling like a child because it's just popped and banged, and then I've nearly been thrown off the back and it's doing this and all sorts of stuff, and it's hilarious. So that's how I justify it anyway. That's why I don't want an inline four.
I agree with you. Yeah, inline fours just don't do it for me anymore, sad to say. Although I am getting the Gixxer back on the road, and I'm really looking forward to riding it again and just seeing if, well, is it going to be the same as I remember?
You'll have it'd be comfortable to ride now because you'll be able to lean on your gut and then on the stomach.
By then the gut will be gone. I'm back rowing now, mate. I'm sticking at it. Third year on the trot. I'm going to stick at it this year.
Yeah, I go to the gym probably 4 or 5 times a week, and I've been saying that for about 4 years. And it just doesn't happen because I go, oh yeah, sweet, I've done a big arm session today. Come home. Do you fancy a Domino's, darling?
Yeah, exactly. I've just had fish and chips. Yeah, but Friday's treat night. Friday is treat night.
Yeah. Every Friday.
Exactly. Yeah, every Friday. And maybe a Saturday. And if you've had a busy week, maybe a Tuesday.
Tuesdays are awful, yeah.
Wednesday, just to help you over the week,
Yeah.
Dude, we better get on with some questions because there's a lot. And we're already an hour in.
Are we actually? God.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be a 4-hour, this one.
Oh,
right,
Christ.
Folks, we're going to start with the clan as always. So a massive thank you to everyone that supports the channel. My plug over at patreon.com/TeapotOne. First one.
/SamVBikes.
Oh, yeah. Well, there will be links down below for Sam's Patreon as well, obviously, if you're feeling flush. Stephen Spencer. Question for Sam. What sort of bell end puts diesel in their bike? Tell everyone.
I knew there was going to be some of these. I maintain that those blues look very similar. BP, if any representative from BP is here, you need to change your pump color. So I don't know whether you've heard this, but basically I was going up to Scotland. I'd taken 2 days, Friday and the Monday off work, and I was like, I'm going to do a Scotland trip purely for content. It was like, I want to get away. I'm fed up of working. I'm just going to get away. Everything's going wrong, so I just need to get away. Yeah. This is just like the start of it. Everything's going wrong. So if I go away, nothing will happen. And I pulled over 200 and whatever miles into the journey to fill up. You've got green, black, blue pump. Blue pump is premium petrol, and big writing that says premium petrol. So I'm like, yeah, great. Car comes up behind me and the guy in front of me leaves. So I went, oh, I'm a nice citizen. I'm going to move forward to the next pump. Did the same thing, picked up the blue pump, not realizing that the backing of it was dark blue. Started filling up. Guys pulled up next to me on some bikes, chatting to them. And I just sort of turned around, looked down. This is a weird color pump. Looked up and see diesel written in really small. Like it was like, I think I'm small. This was tiny, right? So it was like this big and it said diesel. And I just looked down, looked back up like 3 or 4 times. Like, am I doing this? Still filling my bike up at the time, still going. And I just went, oh, fuck. It's just really loud. And to the point where the guys next to me were, oh, what, are you all right? And I just went, I'll just put 10 litres of diesel in my bike. Like
10 litres?
Yeah, 260 miles away from home. So I pulled over to the side of the road, went into the shop and they went, oh, no, like we don't have anything you can use to siphon that out. Here's a card for a guy that'll come out and pump your tank for you. Like, you were very quick with that. Called him up and it was 150 quid call-out fee plus 80 quid an hour. And I was just like, no, absolutely not. So I went in there. I just sort of said, like, I'm going to do this myself. I'm going to have to, because I'm not paying 250 odd quid for some bloke to come over and go, hey, you're a moron. Here's give me money kind of thing. And so I spent the next 3 or 4 hours on the side of the road taking my bike apart. Luckily on the KTM, they have...
It just fell off.
Yeah. The fuel tank had fallen off hours ago. Didn't need it. I didn't even fill anything up.
One of the bolts had rusted anyway, so the thing just came off.
Luckily, the electrical problems were all over, so the fuel pump was fucked. But no, they've got what I call the ball bag tanks. So the ones that hang over, and the fuel pickups are right at the bottom. So all I actually had to do, I was tempted to make a video on this, be like, how to not fuck up your bike, because learn from me.
You should have.
Yeah. Guess what?
That would have done well.
My GoPro decided that was the file it wanted to corrupt. Like I made a 20-minute video at the side of this BP garage. Like, and I've got pictures and video, or had video of my bike where it was all the sand on the floor where this little woman had just come up and spilt sand everywhere to soak up the diesel. But yeah, so they've got the pickups at the bottom. So I essentially just took off the crash bars, took off the sump guard, took off the bottom panels, and then just basically pulled off the lines and drained it into, I bought 2 jerry cans, which were 2.5 litres each because they didn't have anything bigger. I put 10 litres in. Oh, no. Did that go on the floor?
Right, yeah.
Damn.
I was going to say, how many did it take?
Yeah, exactly. Right. But yeah, so I did that, drained it all out, I went in there and went, I don't really want to have to buy 2 more jerry cans that I'm going to use for 5 minutes. And the bloke was the most unhelpful guy in the world. But one of the women came out and said, well, we've got some of those, I don't know what they were. They were old fuel cans out the back. Just use one of those. Filled that up literally to the brim. And that's when it stopped. And I was like, oh. And then I went and put I put a couple of litres of petrol back in. It's like triple checking before I pulled the trigger. Yeah. And then swished it around, drained that out. And then I did the same thing again, but filled it up, and it started. And I was like, I could have soiled my pants with certain fluids that come out of men when they're happy. When that started, I was like, because also, do you know Pete Brownsmith?
Yeah.
He messaged me and went, KTM do really good breakdown cover, and they would have just come and done it for you. And I went, what? Oh yeah, I forgot I have that. And yeah, so and I put it on my story, and I left it in the video. Like, I explained it in the video. I'm like, why did I do that? Like, just everyone's mugging me off for the next I didn't know
KTM had breakdown recovery. Obviously, it's good because they need it. But I didn't. It's tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek. I love KTMs. I genuinely do.
We'll be
not enough to buy one. Yeah,
KTM owners club in a couple of years' time. Don't you worry.
It may well happen. I'm holding out for the new GS. But if it's no good, then yeah, I'll switch allegiances, no problem at all. I'll go wherever the good bike is. I'm not caring. Yeah, back to the GoPro. Isn't it great that they do that?
I fucking hate GoPros. Like, if anyone watches my channel, you'll know that I detest GoPros because they are worse. They're worse reliability than a KTM from 8 years ago.
So why are you using them now? Get a DJI.
Because the DJI doesn't look as good. And like not actually form, because that'd be really shallow and like stupid, but the footage side by side. And the problem is, because I work in a visual effects industry, I mean, the term that's used in visual effects industry is called pixel fucking, where a client will come in and be like, oh, that's really great, but I want that horse to be there rather than there, and like overly analyze everything. So pixel fucking. But they teach you, even though I'm not an artist or anything, they teach you to look out for that kind of thing. Yeah. And my dad is also, or was before he retired, he was a digital colorist. So he would go essentially like you do on Lightroom or anything like that, but very expensive version of it. He would go in, essentially color grade the TVs, and he worked on Doctor Who for years and stuff like that.
Wow.
Did the original film of Love Actually.
Really?
There you go. Yeah. And he told me, I was like, part of me is sitting there going, you know, the film where that woman's naked, did you like really, did you have to lighten up her parts, did you? But yeah, so you sort of learn to really pixel fuck everything. So that's why I love my Insta360, but the quality is not good enough. But then also, none of this matters, because as soon as you put it on YouTube, it crushes the quality anyway. But yeah, like when you put a GoPro Hero 11 next to a DJI Osmo Action 3 or whatever it's called, the new one.
Yeah, yeah.
The Osmo doesn't look quite as good.
Yeah, I think that.
And I can't bring myself to lower the quality, even though most people will watch it in 1080p, or like they'll be watching it on their phone on the toilet. I can't bring myself to do it. And also, I was talking to, he might not want me to say this, but I was talking to Andy Mancam about it, because he's just gone that way. And he said he's having just like similar issues with the audio. So I just can't. But then, yeah, the GoPros are fantastic when they are fantastic. And then they go, hey, sweet. Guess what? You know that 4-hour footage that you've got? Corrupt.
Can I ask, do you use the white Enduro batteries? And you're still having issues?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But the other thing that's really good, I don't know if you knew this, but you know when you buy GoPros nowadays, they go, here's £100 off, but we sign you up to our annual subscription. You can get your GoPro replaced for nothing. So when I was that same Scotland trip, this is going to be like 7 hours. This is literally going to be 7 hours long. When I did that same Scotland trip, I was wild camping. On the 3rd or 4th night, I was wild camping on the top of Skye, like literally on the edge. And I was going through my footage, and all of it was like, all the audio was clipping. And I was like, what is going on? So I got my app open on my phone and started watching it on there. The audio was all screwed. The audio on the good bits had no video. Like it was just black video. I'm like, what is going on? But I think it was the media mod had got wet in the rain. And it's the one thing I didn't take a backup of. I took spare microphones. I took 2 GoPros with me, 8 batteries, and all sorts. I didn't take my audio recorder, and I didn't take a spare media mod. And I came home. Like I literally rode home from the top of Skye. I woke up the next morning on the edge of Skye and went, fuck this, I'm going home.
When was that?
Back end of last year. So
like when?
September, October.
Not August. The reason I'm asking is because the video that will go out, well, tomorrow morning now.
I think you were up there similar time.
We were up in Skye, right at the very top. And there's a bit where we're coming down this zigzaggy road and we look over at the top of a mountain and there's a guy in I think it's an orange tent, but there's a tent right at the very top. And someone goes, look at that geezer up there in the tent. And I just thought, oh, I wonder if that's Sam.
Look at that knob up there. He looks like he's crying.
Yeah. Yeah, I have had that. I've had that with GoPros many times. The corrupt ones, or you get back and there's no audio, or as you said, audio and no video. But since I moved to these white enduro batteries, I've like less than half a dozen times now have I had the corrupt files. Thankfully. And you know, there's now software that can recover it. If you,
yeah, you should have told me that 6 months ago.
There's a company called Wondershare. I've got no affiliate to them or anything like that. I don't make any money from it whatsoever. But they do software. They do Wondershare Repair It, which is the one I use to try and rescue corrupted files. Doesn't always work, but a lot of the time, I would say it's probably 70-30 in favor of recovering at the moment. They do another one called Uniconverter, where you can convert files to any format at all that you like. And then one I've had to use today is Recover It, where they'll, like, you say you've, like my example, I deleted the bloody drone footage from the Kylesku Bridge in Scotland. I had amazing footage where I tore off in front of everybody, got to the bridge, jumped off, got the drone up, and I filmed Simon Weir and all the guys on the tour majestically coming down, crossing the bridge, beautiful landscape pictures. It was amazing. I remember looking at it that night thinking, fucking nailed that. I've deleted the footage, can't find it. So I had to put the SD card, I had to use this Wondershare Recover It, and it's not found those files, but it's found files from like 2 years ago that I've deleted and like reformatted the SD card umpteen times, but this thing could still find some of that footage.
It's that's incredible. I'm gonna have to look at that because I think I could have done with that.
Wondershare, it's called.
It sounds like a different type of website, doesn't it? But the thing that really bugs me with the SD cards, because also I now only use SD cards that I've bought straight from SanDisk, because the ones I bought, Amazon do like, get a 2 terabyte memory card for 15 quid. Like, brilliant, all right. And it's always crap.
Yeah. There's so many counterfeit ones now.
Yeah, and I ended up doing that. But yeah, there's a couple of times where, so when I got my bike remapped on the way home, I was in a 40-mile-an-hour restriction and like a national restriction on a private runway. And I got to the national sign and I thought, what would be really good at the end of this video? I've done the video, that it's done. But at the last clip of the video will just be me, bang, up on the back wheel.
Nationals!
Through the national signs and giggling at the end. And it was a perfect video. Got home, didn't record. I was like, but yeah, so I didn't put it in the video. And about a month ago, I got back from Cornwall, where I'd just done this recent trip where I just did like the Atlantic Highway in Cornwall, and it's on there. I'm like, what? Where's that come from? Haven't recovered it or anything, and it was just there. So I went through. I've got like one of those cases, and I've got 18 memory cards, and I just went through all of them, put them in. Please, no. Please, no. But yeah, this is. I was just going to say, this is where I was. I don't know if you can see that. That is where I was camping on Skye. So it was just like, make sure there's no pictures in here that are dodgy.
You're ignorantly just flipping through the pictures. So we're like, Sam, maybe you shouldn't be showing everybody these pictures.
Bruce, do I look big in this photo? But yeah, like that, it was literally on the edge of Skye, and I just sort of sat there in the morning. And I mean, in hindsight, I should have just stayed up there and just enjoyed myself for a couple of days, because I came back on like the Wednesday or whenever it was, or the Thursday, and I had off. I would plan to be there until the Sunday kind of thing. And I came back and I was like, fuck this, fuck YouTube, fuck. Like, really, really hated it. So I did, that was 633 miles in one go. And I got at the end of that, and it took me 10 hours, 12 hours, something like that, with stops. But that is, and this is going to sound really like me wet dreaming over my bike kind of thing. But I sat there 4 or 5 hours in, and I'm just like on adaptive cruise control. I've got my music playing through the car, through the Garmin. I've got my heated seat on. I've got my heated grips on. I'm comfy, and I'm just like chilled. I'm like, this is so easy. And then I got 10 minutes from home, turned everything off, turned off the adaptive cruise, and I was like, ride like an absolute C word. And like, it was okay. There's a Tesco, big, a lot, everyone calls it, oh, it's the big Tesco, that one. There's one up the road from me, and there is a long sweeping corner followed by a national restriction road down to a roundabout. And every time I come around the corner, it is third gear, bang. And I'm like fully loaded with gear.
To 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. Out obviously. On both wheels. And it just got to the end of that road, and then I realized my tent has like slipped most of the way off the bike. Oops. And I nearly lost it around the corner. I've turned around the roundabout, and I felt the tent just go. It's like nearly lost the bike. But yeah, that's the thing I love about the bike. It's you can get you. I mean, I don't know how long these videos take for you to edit, but I got up to the Lake District from here on one tank, which was 285 miles.
On one tank of fuel?
One tank of fuel, 65 mpg.
And bear in mind, is that a 30-litre tank?
23.
Wow.
So it's not even that big. Like if it was a 30-litre tank, then you'd go, well, if you didn't do that, you're a moron. But yeah, 65 mpg, 285 miles, and I still had 30 miles of range. And then I can also do a tank in 130 miles if I'm riding spirited. And then also, like, the thing that I love about it is you do a long journey, you fill it up, dump all your stuff off, and then you go and ride it around the roads like it's a Super Duke. Mm-hmm. And it's just, it's so good, Bruce. Buy one. That's the look. That's the look I needed. That's the, oh, actually, I might go and test ride one again.
I just don't know. I don't know. Everyone, for me, everyone is moving to adventure bikes now. And I'm just like, I kind of feel, I'm almost thinking, I'll just get the beast back on the road and just, that'll be my bike. I'm a sports bike guy again. I don't know.
What age is it?
2011, 61 plate.
So I would worry, personally, a couple of things. That is the bike that you did your trip on. Like, that is a special bike to you.
Have I told you about this trip?
Yeah, no, you haven't.
I mentioned.
Like, we're talking about like a Wales trip, right? Yeah.
You went, Dover.
Yeah,
Starbucks. That's the one.
Snowdonia. Yeah. Yeah, I did my long trip. It was 30 miles to a different Starbucks.
I went to Blue Water. It was amazing.
Oh, that's an awful place. But yeah, that is the bike that you've done your big trip on. And I think that is, obviously, I'm saying this like I've been your mate for 20 years, but obviously that's the trip that you promised your mum you were going to do. You promised yourself you were going to do. You spent years planning. There's more sentimental value in that bike than everyone in the comments is going to be like, fuck off, we want to get him back on the road. But if all I would say to you is, if a car pulled out on you and that bike was written off, would you be more disappointed than if it was your GS?
Oh God, yeah. But then, if the bike got written off, then I would keep the bike and I would just rebuild it back to, something that would just be a little trophy. I just wouldn't ride it again then. But I'll never get rid of the bike. Even if I do a track day on it and smash the thing up, I'll bring it home in a bucket, and it's still the bike that I went round the world on, and that's that.
What I'm basically trying to say to you is keep the GS, keep the Gixxer, restore the Gixxer to the point where you can ride it to shows and you can use it as press and everything, then buy a Super Duke.
I am very tempted with the Super Duke.
It's so good.
I love it.
So good.
I love it. But the adventure bikes, just as you highlighted there, the adventure bikes make everything so easy. So I can ride it to Romania on the adventure bike, carrying all my kit. And then when I get there, if I want to go and do some lanes, I can push a button, put it in, in enduro mode, and scratch it down some lanes if I wanted to. Or I can take it to a track and do a track day on it. I love that about the modern adventure bikes, that they're so versatile. But
imagine if you had
sports bikes too.
Imagine if you had 160 horsepower in rally mode.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Come on, I've got you.
There's nothing I can say. It's definitely the better riding experience. Definitely, the KTM is definitely the better riding experience. By
the end of this podcast, I'm going to have you saying, "I might go and buy one."
I'll be down to about there, and I'll be online on KTM. Go right or P&H. I'll buy one. Bought.
Mark, do you speak to Dave Ashpole at all on Instagram?
I literally had a message from him on Instagram saying that he'd just spoken to you and you were off for a nervous poo, and I was like, that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
He's a GS man through and through, like Mark from Leeds. I chat to him quite a bit, but I am convinced he is not a GS man at heart. And I think there are a number of people that I said to the guys at KTM when I went and got my mirrors replaced, I said to them I should start invoicing you because the amount of bikes that I've sold of KTM, and I know I can get a Mark. I'm not sure on. I reckon he will buy an enduro bike. I don't think he'll go super adventure. But I reckon I can get Dave. I reckon I can. Because he's just like, he was telling me about all these times where he did stand-up wheelies and he does motocross and all this sort of stuff. Next time you speak to him, ask him what happened to his GS in Wales.
Okay. All right.
Little insight, he snapped it in half.
Oh.
Yeah. He was trying to be, well, he says he was scouting out the road. He was trying to be a hero, essentially, and hit a deep pothole in the verge because he misjudged a corner and snapped the bike in half.
Oh, geez.
But yeah,
was he all right? Was he okay?
Yeah, he's fine, but he will never live that down. And he told me that, and I'm like, I didn't know you did all this. You could have not told me that, but you did. So guess what?
Now everyone knows.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone watching this right now, go to dash999 on Instagram and go, why is GS not in one piece? And he will love it.
Oh, bugger. You're a bad man.
Yeah.
Right, come on, let's crack on with some questions because we're never going to get through
Question 1, 3 hours in.
Harley. Right, this one. Cheers for that, Steve. Next one is Harley. How's it, guys? Ever played the game Soggy Biscuit? Wow.
I mean, I did say make them interesting, didn't I?
Yes.
I don't like it when my biscuits are soggy in tea, let alone with other guys. If you don't know what soggy biscuit is, don't Google it. But
tell everyone, Sam. Do you have a public school background at all?
No. God, me, a knob on a KTM. Mind you, that's probably right, isn't it? I should have eye tattoos and stuff. Public school tattoos, public school ways. Yeah, it's essentially 4 guys or 5 guys, a group of friends around a biscuit, and can't believe I'm saying this on something that's going to get loads of views. The last person finish has to eat the biscuit.
Yeah, it's a group of men around a digestive or a biscuit of choice, pleasuring themselves, and the last one to finish
on biscuit.
Yeah, the last one to finish the task in hand on the biscuit has to eat the biscuit. It's disgusting. And no, I've never played it.
See, my girlfriend says that...
what?
Well, she says that I'm premature.
The biscuit doesn't taste that bad.
Yeah. I say I'm training for that day that I have to pay that. Yeah. She's like, as long as it's a chocolate digestive, I don't mind.
Oh.
But yeah, she thinks I'm quick.
So much I could say. Mate, we're going way too much. This is getting way too personal.
I'm already on the 3rd one of this.
Let's hold. Maybe whiskey wasn't a good idea. Draw a discreet veil over that. We've said enough, Sam. All right? No more.
Let's carry on.
Cheers to that, Harley. Next one. Oh, God. Ollie Rye. Hi, both. Hope you're all okay. Random one. If you could be any animal, what would it be and why? Love both channels. Keep up the great work. Cheers, Ollie. Any animal, what would it be?
So I know why he's asked this question. Because he knows what I told you at the start of this. You know, about the bike that I bought.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, which I'm hoping you've remembered to cut out at the start of this.
Oh, right. Okay.
Or bleep out
yes.
the start of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Cutting out at the start would be a bit difficult. So that's why he's asked it. So I'm not going to answer because that will give me. I mean, that's just given the answer anyway, isn't it?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah.
You're just going to have. I hope Honda give me the bike sooner rather than later, and I get to do my reveal before this goes out.
Well, when do you think you're going to get the bike?
They said start of March.
Oh shit! Right, okay.
But I literally don't hold it. I'm not that bothered. It's fine. Quite a few people know already. But,
are you sure?
Yeah, yes, it doesn't bother me. Like, come on, people aren't going to get through nearly an hour and a half of me chatting utter shit about how my bike is amazing and how I've blown up a GoPro and all sorts of stuff. To go, oh my god, he's buying a monkey bike.
You'd be surprised. Honestly, you would be surprised. The video ones, the video versions don't get many views, but the audio side of it does okay. I didn't think it was a lot, but as podcasts go, it's not bad at all.
Nice.
So yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Me, what animal would I be and why? God. Gorilla. I think I'd like to be like a silverback gorilla because they just look so chilled. The hard as fuck and just really, really chilled. Yeah, great.
I thought you meant that in a different way of the hardest fuck.
Wow, you got a one-track mind. How old are you? 14?
Yeah, 30. Yeah, that just gives us such good fuck.
Wow.
Sorry, everyone watching this. I've had 4 whiskeys now.
It's going to start punching soon.
Yeah.
Right, cheers for that, Ollie. Next one, Pete English. Oh, here we go. Now we're talking. Hi, guys. Hope you're both all fit and well. Question 1. What 5 albums would you fill your jukebox with?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Go on, you first.
See, I'm a big fan of best ofs.
That's a cheat, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is because I find a band I like, and then I just go automatically. I'll go right. What's the best of, and then I'll listen to the best of. Because what's the point of listen to all the chuff? You may as well just get the best of and listen to it.
You may as well say, "I want now." That's what I call Music 55.
No, I'm really getting into Creedence Clearwater Revival at the moment. I'm loving that.
Never heard of them.
Loving it. What?
Never heard of them.
I mean, they were iconic. They were like when the Beatles. There's Creedence Clearwater Revival. They're from the 60s, that sort of time. But
see, I was born in 92, just to make you feel really bad.
92.
Yeah.
My son was born in 97. Jesus.
Yeah. My brother was born in 99, and there's a girl that works with, we've employed her in the last 6 months, and she was born in 2006 or 2004 or something like that. I just went, what? What? Creedence, what? Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll have a listen to them. I
like them. I'm starting to like a little bit of the Rolling Stones. I never really listened to much of that. So again, best of. Any Foo Fighters at all. I love Foo Fighters.
Oh, you're a Foo Fighters guy?
Oh, yeah. I love
interesting.
Them. Who else do I like?
If you're ever running on a treadmill, Foo Fighters, can't remember the song, but there's one that's one of their really famous ones, can't remember the name of it, has got the perfect tempo for running it on a treadmill.
Which one's that?
What if I say I'm not like the others?
Is that All My Life?
Yeah,
that
one. How do I not remember that?
No, that it starts with All My Life, isn't it? All my life I've been running for something like that. Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called, but that is ideal. I used to play it on repeat, like sometimes when I was grueling out a treadmill session.
Listened to the album 16 times and I did 3 miles.
Your favourite song in 2022?
Oh, yeah. Is that 3 I've done? All right.
Yeah.
Who's another one? Come on. I used to listen to so much music and I just don't now.
I think I've got mine.
Go on then. You go, because I've still got 2 to get. Go.
Album-wise, there's got to be a Red Hot Chili Peppers album in there.
Definitely, yes.
I would say when I was in high school, I learnt the drums because I'm a knob like that.
Last year, right?
Yeah. I wish. Come on, have you seen these wrinkles? And the first full album that I learnt to play drums to was Stadium Arcadium, and that was a banging, or I thought it was a banging album. There's got to be a Fleetwood Mac album in there. Probably, what's it called? Is it Promises? I think it's called Promises or something like that. That's a decent album. Linkin Park.
Oh, yeah.
The Hybrid Theory album.
Yeah,
absolutely banging album.
Mint. Good for the gym as well.
Yeah. I suppose I should probably go not all heavy, shouldn't I? All right, the last 2, I'm going to go not heavy and then heavy. So J. Cole, J. Cole he's the one that everyone always go, oh, do you listen to Kendrick Lamar or do you listen to J. Cole?
Talking a different language. Yeah. No idea.
It's hippity hop music, Bruce.
The hip of hop.
The hippity hop. That I quite like. Is it Born Sinner? Is one of his more recent albums. I say this, it's probably like 8 or 9 years old now. That I got quite into. And then the last one has got to be a gym album. Oh. See, I'm more lifting weights than running. So I've got to go. It's either Bring Me the Horizon or While She Sleeps, which you probably haven't heard of either of those.
Never.
But they're very shouty, angry music.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's Bring Me the Horizon have been around for years and years and years. And some of their albums, although they're all quite heavy, the bass and general music, when you're at the gym, you can't beat it. It's absolutely awesome. It's like your last rep and you're struggling and then it starts screaming. You're like, I'm going to scream as well. It's just, but it works.
It's been a long time since I've lifted anything in the gym, I'll tell you. Jesus. I've got 2 more and one popped into my head and I've forgotten. Who was it? Proclaimers. Best of Proclaimers. It's got to be.
Just that one song on repeat.
No, honestly, you'd be surprised. I was surprised at how many Proclaimers songs. I was like, oh shit, yeah, they did this, didn't they? Oh, and they did this. And there's just some. I mean, they're cheesy songs.
They walked 400 miles and then they walked 500 miles.
Yeah, they built up. They built up to it.
Yeah, come on.
And who else is it? Paolo Nutini. I love a bit of Paolo Nutini.
Yeah.
Although he's not done anything in a long time. But yeah, that'll be my 5, I think. You ask me tomorrow and I'll probably change my mind. But anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Question 2 from Pete. This one I can't quite get my head around. Why do you die-hard bikers live down in the heavily congested south? Keep up the great work and live your life. It's a good point, mate. Yeah, I ask myself this every time I go anywhere different.
I'm working on it, Pete. I'm working on it.
Whereabouts are you?
Hertfordshire.
You don't need to give Hertfordshire, right?
Okay. Yeah, here's my address.
Postcode.
I'm in Hertfordshire, so we're about 25 miles north of London. So enough that you get a garden, but not enough that your house, a 2-bedroom semi, is still 450 grand or something stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, I said it in one of my Cornwall videos. I'm wanting to move sort of west and up a little bit, because I'd love to move up north, like Norfolk, sort of Yorkshire, somewhere like that. But my parents are in Cornwall, so I don't want to add more time to them. I see them. I think I saw them once or twice last year, which is just it's just shit. So I'd probably move towards Oxford, way so I could still commute into London a couple of days a week. And easy access to Wales, same distance to Scotland, an hour closer to my parents. And Emma, my girlfriend, her parents live like there. I realise you can't see me do that. Yeah, why can't you see me point over there? But they live over there. Her grandparents live 3 minutes down the road. Her best mate lives 2 roads away. Gotcha. So pulling her away from that is going to be harder than me going, yeah, I want to ride some pretty roads.
But if she loved you, she'd make that sacrifice.
That's what I say all the time.
She's there. Where's your bag? Door. See ya. Yeah. I'm sure she.
As long as I've got my bike, I'm happy.
Yeah.
She is well aware that if there's a house fire, I'm saving the bike first.
Right. Cheers for that one, Pete. Next one, Demo Shavo. Question for Sam. Do you have any man crushes similar to the one MFL has on you? Clearly, it will not be as strong as his. Oh, hang on. There's some replies. Let me see what the replies
say. Oh, Christ. What are they?
Oh, here we go. Ashley Wright says, I reckon MFL has a poster of Sam on his bedroom wall. Demo Shavo says, no, it's on his ceiling. And Martin Yoxall says, with a strategic hole in it. Wow.
Yeah. He does pay for my other Patreon, if you know what I mean.
Well, OnlyFans, that one.
Yeah, pretty much. I wish. Like, I think I was saying to Dave Ashfall about it the other day, I was like, if these things were attractive, if I shaved them, I'd be all over it. Like, I'm still looking at my feet going, I'm sure I can sell feet pictures for a load of money.
You probably could. That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, we're all like, if I was fit, if I had loose morals, I would do it. But you could probably just do it and, somebody will buy it.
Do you watch, you watch a bit of Joe Rogan, don't you?
Yeah, all the time.
Did you see the one with TeapotOne on it? He's the sort of Southern American guy.
I know Theo is. Yeah, I've not seen the latest one. No,
this must have been ages ago, but there's a few reels that keep coming because 90% of the stuff that comes out of his mouth is bullshit, or if it's not, like, where did he grow up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there was one where he sort of put on there that it was someone called in and said that he had called his wife, or they'd had a chat in the evening, sort of talking about selling her feet pictures.
Uh-huh.
And then they got onto the subject a couple of nights later, and she went, well, your feet are better than mine.
I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, can you imagine? Imagine how screwed over you'd be, or screwed over you'd feel if you'd been like really interested in these pictures and then realised it's just a bloke that shaved his feet and painted his toenails. Like, looking at my feet, it just doesn't work.
That cropped up. I watched that today, but it was on an Australian podcast. You get these Aussie podcasts where it's just 2 geezers sat there, or a bunch of geezers just sat there and talking shit amongst each other. Well, it was that, and they were chatting about this. So it must be, maybe they'd seen it on.
Maybe that was it then, but then maybe there was one, maybe I've just confused it with a Theo one.
But they all, you know what it's like though. Like when content gets popular, everyone chats about it, don't they, on social media? So you may well have been chatting. I like Theo Von. He's a funny.
He's so funny. Some of the stuff he comes out with, I'm just like, what? And you're famous for this stuff. You should see my group chat with my mates.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, this is just what we talk about. Yeah. Right, next one, Charlie Callard. I'm trying to fire through some of these because we've got a long way to go. Charlie Callard. Evening, gents. Hope you're both fit and well. All good, cheers, Charlie. So a couple of questions. We've heard Bruce's ghost story. So what about ghost ships with a full ghost crew? What are your thoughts? Yay or no? Yes or no? Ghost ships with full ghost crew.
So I'm not going to bring the mood down a bit. I am skeptical with a lot of the ghost stories because I think a lot of them are just made up. Like because it's easy to make up, isn't it? Everyone's got a ghost story, blah, blah, blah. So bringing the mood down, my brother, or one of my brothers, passed away when I was 10. He was 11, I was 10.
Oh, God.
And my younger brother, who's now taller than me, got more money than me, usual sort of story. He was 2, maybe 3 at the time. And he passed away in our living room. and the first thing my dad did, or parents did, was take my brother up to bed, take me up to bed, that kind of thing. And I'm convinced this happened. My parents don't remember it, but my little brother said that there was a man standing in the middle of the garden. We had 3 steps to like a half landing thing, and then the stairs went back up to upstairs, and there were 2 French doors on this thing on the door. And my dad, carrying my little brother upstairs, pulled off and went, "There's a man standing in the garden." We were like, "No, there's not. There's no one there. What are you chatting about?" Utter, like, he's making it up. And no one thought of anything of it. I'm convinced it happened, and I didn't really think anything of it for years and years and years. And then I watched something, it was like a podcast or whatever it was that I was watching, where they had said that young children have this, like, there's a point in some young children where they have this point where they can, or think they can, interact with spirits of previous lives. I don't know whether it's true. I'm not a believer in, I'm not religious in any way. I don't believe in afterlife or any of that stuff. Sorry if you do, anyone watching. But I'm not religious at all. But when I saw that thing, whatever I was watching at the time, I went, shit, is that what it was? He was 2 at the time. And then you see videos where, like, someone's filmed their daughter, who's also 2 or 3 years old, standing in front of a fireplace, and she's going, "Oh, there's voices coming out from the fireplace." And you're like, well, no, there's not. But is there? I don't know. So, like, I'm not up for all this ghost ship kind of bollocks kind of thing. But I'm convinced either it's something to do with our psychoses / our brain repeating information on us. Like they say, deja vu is just the brain repeating, seeing something, and then a couple of minutes later seeing or processing the other half of it.
Yeah, it's like a fraction of a second, isn't it? A delay, and it feels like, oh, I've seen this before. Yeah. That's their current explanation about it.
Yeah, but there's definitely something more, because with me experiencing deja vu, I've dreamt of something, or I have thought of something's come to my head or whatever it is. And then, like, a year later, that thing happens, whether it's with the person I thought it was or not, that thing happens. And I'm like, I sit there like, fuck, I know what's going to happen. And then it does. I'm like, oh my God, ghosts. But it's that, that one really got me. And I never really understood it. I never really thought about it until 5-6 years ago, until I saw that thing. And I went, shit, maybe that is what it actually is. But yeah, my mum and my dad don't remember it. I've asked them a couple of times. I'm like, well, do you remember? No, like, you don't remember that at all. It's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm open to it. I used to be. Everyone's heard my story a million times on this podcast, so I'll not go through it all again. But even after that happened to me, I was 20, no, I would have been 21, 22, something like that at that point. Cool. So even after that happened, I was still, like, there was no denying I saw what I saw. But in my head, I was still, well, everything has to be logical. I didn't believe in God. Everything just had to be, I had to have a reason, a logical reason behind it. Maths and physics, chemistry will explain everything. That's just how it is. But the older I've got, I'm definitely much more open to it all now. Definitely.
I was going to say, I've heard you say that on another podcast, that you used to be really logical, and now you're starting to lean back the other way. And, like, my girlfriend hates me for it, like, because there's an answer for everything. And normally, without being a dick about it, there is an answer for everything. Like, you crash your bike or whatever happened. You're like, okay, well, it's not the bike's fault. There's something that's caused that accident, or whatever. And she hates me for it, because she'll come home going, oh, the girls at work are bitches. They're just bitching about everything. And I'm just like, yeah, but in the nicest way, they've got it's going to sound really harsh, but she manages a nursery, and a lot of by her own admission, by other people's admission, a lot of the girls that work with her, or women that work with her, don't really care for moving up in their career path. They just want to look after kids, that kind of thing. So they try and make other things important in their day-to-day life because they're not bothered about career progression or whatever. Obviously, that's very generalist and like massively generalizing for everyone in that industry. But when you're in any industry or any job line where you're not wanting to progress, normally there's another way that you can make your life interesting. And that's normally bitching about people or coming up with stories or whatever. So she comes home moaning and I go, yeah, but like she's like, I just want to moan. Can you just let me moan?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's difficult because like there's no point in crying. It doesn't solve anything. Like I know it's an outlay of emotion or like it's a way to sort of lift the weight off your shoulders, but I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't solve anything. So why don't you? She's come off her bike a few times, but there was one where the one that I'm actually really proud of her. She basically came around a corner on a dark lane and she hit a flood, and it was like 2 feet deep, and she hit it on a bike, pitch black, and she called me up about 5 minutes later and went, so I basically drowned. I've lost one of my dick lights because Baron called them dick lights on this video. Yeah. I call them dick lights. She calls them dick lights. I've lost one of my dick lights, but I got the bike out the flood. I'm not drowning anymore, and now I just want to cry. And I'm like, yes. See, there you go. You've solved the issue, and now you have your emotional response. Yeah, now you can have your emotional response. But when you're laying on the side of the road, your bike's still in the middle of it.
Get it done.
Sort that out first. But yeah, there's always a logical response for me. But when I hear you say, I used to be really logical and now I'm kind of teetering the other way, I sit there thinking, I wonder whether I'm the same, because my dad's the same.
I think as you get older, I think as you get older, you do. Definitely. I think as you experience more in life, you have more experience of death, of loss. You experience, even if it's just simply watching the news, and seeing tragedies happen on the television and in media, where you see a lot, people losing things and losing lives. I think as you get older, obviously you're shortening the odds towards your own eventual demise, because it's going to happen to us all, isn't it? And I think maybe you do just start to think to yourself, right, what is the next stage? Is there another level? What's the point of it all? I definitely not ponder. I don't sit there and contemplate things, next to the fire. But it does pass through my head, and especially listening to Joe Rogan and other podcasts where this topic will come up and people will chat about it. In days of old, the old me would just switch off. When my wife's like that. When people start talking about things like that, I just used to switch off and just be like, talking bollocks. It's a ridiculous conversation. There's no point in it. Not interested. Done. Now I'll quite happily sit there and listen and contribute if it's a one-on-one or a group thing. But I'm not sitting in the corner with cymbals going ting, hum and all this sort of bollocks. I'm not doing anything like that. But I don't know. Maybe part of me thinks, well, if this is it, and we were just like a biological freak accident that resulted in us being here, and there is nothing else out there in the solar system. There's nobody else. We're all alone. You're just born, you do your thing, and you die, and it doesn't really matter whatever you do because you're all going to end up dead anyway. If that is it, that's fucking depressing. I would rather ponder other things, and just wonder and
I think
be nice, do good, and do what you can in life.
Yeah, it's difficult because I think I'm still at that point where it's still logical. God, we're so philosophical and so deep people.
It's whiskey.
Yeah, it's literally
start crying in a minute.
I'll just pour my next one, but start crying. There's no point in crying.
Yeah, what's the point? It's a good job it's not gin. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. But yeah, I do sit there thinking like, For me, I know loads of people do this, but for me, sitting here going, I am going to work for the next 30 years of my life, a 9 till 6, gradually getting slightly more money every year, gradually getting slightly more responsibility. I'll get to 60, retire early, and go, sweet, now I can wait to die.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, I'd rather, and this is going to sound really shit, but I'd rather die tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that. So I try and set myself kind of goals to go. This is going to sound really weird, but do you watch Matt Armstrong? He's a car YouTuber, and he essentially rebuilds crash damaged cars.
No.
So when I first started watching this channel, I hated it because he's just like, I watched it, but I hated it because I liked the content, but he was so in your face and so like, hey guys, like that kind of stuff. And I was like, this is jarring, but I kind of want to watch it because he's bought this whatever. In the last year or so, he has gone from strength to strength. He's just hit 1 million subscribers.
Yes.
And essentially he buys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're saying that at 75. I've got I haven't even got 6 yet.
Yeah, but I've been doing this over 10 years, so you know.
And you should go around the world. It'd be so much better for you.
Yeah, Norley's gone around the world. She's got millions. Yeah, fucking great.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other reasons for that as well. She's fantastic, but also I think there's a lot of people that we're blokes, aren't we? Let's be honest.
Yeah, but she does. I mean, you can't. Part of me wants. I find I do this a lot, particularly at the moment because of the rise in women in social media and women on YouTube. You get jealous. It's just jealousy. It's jealousy that comes out. But then you look and, Vanessa, girl on a bike, prime example. Initially when I saw her coming on the rise, I was just like, oh God, right, another blooming somebody else that's just got into bikes and, they're going to do the typical influencer, female influencer thing and, get loads of likes, blah, 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 blah. But then you look at it and you go, okay, so she can ride a bike. She can work the tools. She fucking works hard. When you look and you see how much graft some of these folk are putting in behind the scenes, you're like, Jesus.
Then
it makes you go, I need to up my level here.
Yeah.
I've got up my game.
I need to grow some tits.
No, I got them. I do have them.
But you need to shave yours. But
there's a market for everything.
Yeah, I know, right? I get the odd enough comments that I'm just sitting there going, is that really me? But yeah, I think the one thing I really enjoy is the people that actually put the effort, like someone like Username Kate, who actually puts the effort in she makes good content, she works hard, and she doesn't just go, there's a load of 55-year-old blokes that are going to find me really attractive. I'm going to just wear a.
She doesn't play that card. No. Yeah.
And that is, I enjoy watching her content for the content she produces and her as a person. But when you do see people where they've got like 30,000 subscribers and all they do is abuse that system. I mean, part of me is like, yeah, fair enough. I'd probably do the same.
If I could, I would. Yeah.
But like, it does sort of sit me going, okay, well, you've abused the system a bit, and that's a bit annoying. But I kind of get it. And I definitely do the same. Let's be honest. But then
playing devil's advocate here. Every single person out there. No, but we are all capable of playing the system because we all know what gets views. We all know like sex sells. We all know that crashes sells. We all know that clickbait. You can get a certain amount of clickbait is necessary in order to explode a video. But the key with clickbait, which I don't really utilize clickbait as such. But I think the key to utilizing it successfully is to have the clickbait title and thumbnail have that actually linked to the content within the video, because then people get what they expect. When it doesn't work is when people click on your vid because you've got, I don't know, you've got some beautiful man or woman in their pants on the thingy going, you'll never guess what happened, and then you click on it and it's you installing a horn onto a Triumph Scrambler or something. You know what I mean? Like it's just no connection to it whatsoever. Then that's going to bite you in the arse. But we're all capable of working. Yeah,
Steve at a bike thing. Sorry, my next video is going to be in my in a leather pair of underwear, just installing a horn on a Triumph Scrambler.
Yeah. Mate, honestly, try it and see.
Don't, because I'll get all these blokes just going, oh yeah, really. Like I get, so for the record, I've seen some of these comments already, or the questions, and I know one of the guys has commented going, he's our gay icon.
That's the next one, Paul Jacques. Yeah.
I saw that and I went, do people really think I'm gay? Like I've actually, I mean, obviously nothing against it, but I prefer innies than outies. But like, I say I've got a girlfriend quite a lot. I kind of go on about it because I'm insufferable a lot of the time.
Girlfriend.
Yeah.
Of course she has.
She has got a cock, but she's still a girlfriend.
Well, I mean, let's not even go there. That's all I'm going to say.
I was going to say something not really bad.
There.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say. That's whiskey talking.
We should not have had whiskey on this podcast.
This is bad. Look how red I am as well. This is awful.
I'm ready to fall asleep.
I'm going to sleep really well tonight. The best thing about this by far is the longer we go on, the more my girlfriend's sitting at her parents going, I wonder when he's going to be done.
Tomorrow, I think. Yeah. Tomorrow. Mate, we're 2 hours in. We're like 4 questions in.
Three or 4 questions. Yeah, anyway, should we do some more questions?
Charlie's got another bit of his question.
Oh, yeah.
Also, kebabs, doner or chicken, and which is better? And what sauce?
Mixed.
Chicken and garlic sauce. Although I don't have sauce on my kebab.
Mixed.
Little
bit chicken, doner, and shish, but you want more chicken. If the guy likes you, he'll give you more chicken. Because the doner's just like scraps of intestine and whatever it is. But yeah, mixed. It's got to be. I haven't had a kebab for years though. Have
you ever like been pissed, got your doner kebab? Yeah, been pissed. Yes. Tick right now.
You give me half hour.
Yeah. And then like woken up in the morning and you've got your doner in the bed next to you, the doner's lying there. You've not eaten it. Have you looked at the state of that meat?
I think when someone said to you in the pub, Bruce, you should take doner home with you, that was a different thing you meant to do. That was a really bad joke.
It's the only doner I'm going to get home.
Yeah. I mean, no, I've seen it in the morning and I used to get kebab wraps, which were just essentially kebab meat in either a stale pitta or a stale wrap. Stale was the key part of that. And yeah, you kind of like chow through it. You wake up in the morning, you find it in the kitchen, and there's like foil around it and paper that has got bite marks out of it. And it's just, look, that is enough to make you go veggie. But at the same time, it's quite good.
It's when you're pissed, it's amazing. But
yeah, when you're sober.
I used to work the doors back in Glasgow. So you'd finish the shift. Like I'd generally be one of the last out of the club because I'd have to wait for the manager and that to do the tills and lock up. So it'd generally be 5:30 in the morning by the time you'd leave the club. And I'd be walking home. I used to have to walk a couple of miles back to my flat. So you'd be walking through centre of Glasgow and the amount of kebab shops you'd pass that are obviously all now shut. But the amount of times I saw rats, like through the window, you just see rats up chewing the old elephant leg. And I'm just like, that is disgusting.
That's why it tastes so good.
Yeah. And obviously 2 nights later, when I've got a night off and I'm steamboats, I'm like, kebab shop straight in. Hey.
Yeah. I've contracted text the girl that you've taken home that night. You're like, I've contracted this from you. So I haven't got it. Where's it come from? Oh, it's the rats. Great. Brilliant.
I've never had a woman contact me saying she's contracted anything from me.
That's what happens when you don't give her your number.
Other than a child.
Yeah.
Right, next one. Paul Jacques. He's our gay icon for the 1290 SAS. Simple question. Is he still giggly happy with the 1290S? Well, that is a stupid question, isn't it?
I can't remember who I said it to, but if that thing had holes that weren't
wow,
socially, what's the word? It was socially unacceptable to, have your way with, my girlfriend wouldn't live here anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good thing.
We'll draw a little veil over that one. And next one, Mike Whiting. Hi both. As you are both my favourite channels, thanks for the hard work. Oh, Mike, you say the nicest thing. Thank you very much, pal. Question 1. If a hand grenade landed between your bikes, which one would you throw on it before taking cover, and why?
My girlfriend's bike. I'd throw that on it and then take my bike out.
Why?
Because hers is a NC750 that's got 30,000 miles on it. And mine's way cooler.
And mine's mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd throw the GS on it because the GS would just batter it off and go, is that it? Is that all you've got? And I'd jump back on the GS and ride it wherever I wanted to go.
It wouldn't damage the tank shell armour, would it?
No, not at all. Not at all. The old tractor.
Yeah.
Question 2.
I've got shaft drive.
Mate, once you've been shafted, you'll never go back. It's all
love a big shaft, don't you? And I'm the gay icon.
Well, that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Question 2. I wave to all motorcyclists, big or small. 50% respond, and the remaining must be grumpy assholes. Mostly sports bikes, some are GS and Harley owners. Why and what are your thoughts, as it seems to be getting worse? What, on people not nodding? I haven't noticed any difference, better or worse, in the sort of 14 odd years I've been riding. I think
I have
more people nod up north than they do down here. More people definitely nodded when I was on a sports bike compared to the GS, but I really make a point of waving to everybody. You know, when I'm on the GS, I'm almost like that. Hi,
please love me,
be my friend. So I do tend to get a response most of the time. Go on.
I've got a theory on this.
Go on.
Here we go. Who's got 20 minutes? I reckon the whole nod/wave thing came about when everyone was riding 80s and 90s bikes where we had no traction control, no ABS, no kind of any kind of age. You've got shit gear that doesn't protect you if you're wearing gear, and the whole biking thing. No one's driving around with Think Bike on their car, are they, in the 80s? So I reckon this is probably bullshit because I'm drinking whiskey, but if you're riding a bike back then, you're waving to someone else on the premise that they are also taking the danger that you are. You're putting your life at risk being on a road on a bike that hasn't got ABS, hasn't got traction control, hasn't got all this sort of stuff. So when you're going out, you're kind of sitting there going, actually, I'm quite dangerous. So people are more like, hello, you are also an idiot. I am also an idiot. Hello. Whereas now you've got everything you need. So it's kind of dying. That wave is kind of dying out with the older generation because that's what they used to do. So the new generation coming up aren't waving. Like going into London, no one waves at me, like literally not a single person. Even if they're like, because you don't wave at the mopeds because the mopeds.
I wave at everybody.
But like in London, they're kind of, the mopeds are normally Deliveroo or Uber Eats or miscellaneous other brands are available. But when I see someone on an actual bike or like someone that doesn't look like they only commute into work, I'm like, hey, like, whatever. They don't wave back. When you're up north, when you're on a B-road blast or whatever, you normally get that kind of response. But it's normally the guys that look older. Whereas the younger guys, I don't know, because I was thinking about it before, like, if, say, for example, I'm a young lad that went out on my bike for the first time, I went up to Scotland and I waved at, or I'm riding along a bit of road. One group of guys waved at me, so I waved back. The next group is a set of GS guys that don't wave at you unless you're in a high vis and polite vest and everything. I mean, they're very few and far between, but they do exist. But they won't wave at you unless you're on a GS in a high vis with a showy Neotech flip face with all bought from BMW. But just winding you up a little bit.
Not winding me up. You're totally correct. You're right. There are people like that.
If they don't then wave back at me, am I like, oh, maybe it was just a friendly bunch, and then like I don't then relate the wave to something bikers do. I don't know. I don't know whether that's just me overanalyzing the situation, but I think like we're all sitting here going, the biking generation is dying out because it's a pain in the ass to get a biking license. So very few people.
I don't think
doing
it is. I think it's. I think since lockdown, there are more people getting into bikes than ever before. I have so much more DMs and emails and things like that from new people in biking who are just like, I started watching your vids. I'm making the leap. I'm starting to, I've just passed my bike test, or I'm going to do my CBT. I'm going to do this. And there's just more and more and more of that happening now.
That's really
it's not just women. At one stage, there was a lot of women coming in, but it's all sorts now. You know, I've all different age groups. There's a lot of new blood coming into the biking market. I was like you just said there, I was a bit despondent about it. Maybe before lockdown, you know, it was just like, fuck, it's dying out here. You know, like, is it going to get to the stage where there's just not really a biking community anymore? Is it just going to die out? But no, for sure, there's loads of fresh blood. You just need to look at socials. You know, just need to look at like Instagram, for example, and the amount of I'm saying youngsters, and I sound like a real old fart. I'm only 46, but like for me, 30, like yourself, 30 years and below, you know, that sort of age group, there's so much more people in that age group coming into bikes now. A lot of them getting big adventure bikes and going off and doing stuff on them, not just the cafe. You know, they're actually taking them down the lanes. They're going away and doing trips and stuff. And you're like, fuck it, yeah, awesome. That's what we need. We need people to come into the biking sector, the biking world, and use the bloody bikes. Get them out there and travel and go and do stuff.
I'm coming off of all of my analytics are like the average viewer is like 56 years old or something like that. But yeah, like I think there'll probably be a question on this at some point, but I think the current license system for getting a bike, it's good to a point where it makes you you don't just get the guy or girl that goes, sweet, I'm gonna pass my test in 3 days and I'm gonna buy an R1 and wrap myself around a lamppost, because it forces you to have more experience. But at the same time, I think there's definitely ways that it can be made easier and or cheaper, because I think my brother, for example, is 22, 23, and he's going, I'm going to try and get a bike when I'm 24, which is what I did. I waited till I was 24 and then I did my license, because you do it before that and you have to do the mod 1 and mod 2 twice. You have to essentially retest, I think, anyway. Yeah,
you do, yeah.
Where you wait until you're 24 and then you just do the whole thing in one go. Happy days. I can go and buy a Super Duke or a Tuono or whatever. But I do think there's an element of it in everything, but I still think like advanced driving qualifications in a car, you should have to spend a day on a 125 on the road on a bike, because the vulnerability that you get when you're on a bike for the first time, I just don't, like, even my girlfriend says it. She's like, I didn't even realize that I need to look out for bikes filtering. I'm just like, they come past me at such a speed. I'm like, oh God, what a dick. And you can't, I don't know. There's a lot of, I still think, you shouldn't be able to just go and buy a bike. Like with a car license, you can do your car license, and then if you've got the money, you can walk into Ferrari and get a 812 Superfast that's got 700 horsepower. But I don't know whether there should still be steps. Like, you shouldn't be able to buy a 160 horsepower bike.
It's got to be one or the other, I think. Either cars and bikes are exactly the same. So you just have one license, and you know, if you pass your car license as it is just now, as you said, if you've got the money, you could go and buy a Bugatti Veyron if you wanted. You know, if you've got the cash. Well, I think the same should be true on the bikes. You're going to die very quickly, but you know, I think that the same. It should be the same. Ideally, I think the bike test as is just now, the system to get into biking, as you've just said, I think it should be a little bit a little bit easier to encourage more people in, but I think it's very good that it is so detailed and there's so much training involved. And I think that should be the same for the car, personally.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not going to happen because there'll be too much money lost to the car market. So they just won't get behind that. It's a difficult one. What you said there about like car drivers having to, a lot of people have said this, car drivers should have to do a day's CBT just to experience what it's like. But like, would a day make that much difference? I think the reason...
Probably not.
The reason people in Europe are, on the whole, much more pro bikes and much more bike friendly. Like when you ride in France and Spain and places like that, the cars really get out the way for you. And I think the reason behind that is because they've grown up, like in Europe, is it 12 or 14? You can ride a moped on the road. You know, at 12, 13.
To think what I'd be like on a moped at 14.
Do you know what I mean? But a lot of people have that early experience of riding little 125s, mopeds or whatever, or little bikes. They've got that early experience where they've had to do that for years before they got into the car. And I think that's probably the reasons. They've not just done a day where they went out and did CBT. But we just don't have that. We don't have that culture.
But I think also to tag on to that, you've got, so again, using my little brother as an example, he got into cars when he was 17, like you could, because being honest, not really many teenagers want a moped. Like you don't want to go, I want a 49cc bike that's got 7 horsepower.
Yeah.
Like
40 mile an hour.
But not many people want that. So most people wait until they're 17 and then they get in, like if they're into vehicles or engines or whatever, they get into cars and then they spend the money on, they finance a Audi RS3 for 700 quid a month. And by the time they get to 24, they've gone, well, I'm spending so much money on a car. I can't afford a bike, and B, I'm now in the car scene. My brother's just bought himself an R32 Skyline.
Jesus.
Yeah. So he's 23. I think he's 23 in April. R32 Skyline. It is an import from Japan. I don't know why I said that so weird. Japan. Be careful, we don't want to do the accent. Yeah, get shut down. China. That's a Donald Trump reference for everyone that's about to shut me down.
You can't say his name.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're gonna get. It's all right. You're gonna get shut down, not me.
Yeah. It's your episode.
There's no one's gonna watch it anyway. But he's just done that, and I mean, I'll send you some of the videos at some point. But it's got no airbags. He bought it as a drift car. Like the guy that previously owned it turned it into a drift car. So it's got plexiglass windows. It's got like the doors. There's nothing inside it. So he's building it into a car that's actually tolerable to live with. But he stuck a spark plug in the exhaust with a switch that goes to his dashboard. So when he revs it, massive flames come out the back. And it's fucking amazing. Like I sit there going, this is brilliant. And my dad gets in it. And my dad's the kind of guy, he's fantastic. But because obviously my brother and all that sort of stuff, he's very cautious of like doing stupid shit. I've got videos of my brother drifting around a roundabout. He hasn't seen those. But he gets in it and he goes, oh, it's got a really nice straight six engine. Oh, it has such a good engine, all this sort of stuff. I'm like, yeah, but he's doing burnouts, Dad. Like, you shout at me for having doing a fucking wheelie on public road. But
which you never do, obviously, Sam. Ever.
No, of course not. Of course. And he doesn't drift around roundabouts in Cornwall on the A30 or anything. And he doesn't have a spark plug in his exhaust.
Sam, all I'm going to say is,
I'm incriminating myself.
Yeah, I have had some arsehole grass me up in the past, obviously, hence why I'm now in the path that I'm in. There are dickheads out there. That's all I'm going to say.
They can come for me for everything they want because
I said that and they did.
Yeah. And we go on the right websites, they'll come for you as well. But I think Yeah, the point I was getting from that 20-minute story was that he is so now engrossed in the car scene. Like he had a Fiat 500 Bath, so you know the fast Fiat 500s.
Yeah.
And he had it lowered, or it was remapped. It was an air ride, so it was on the floor, and he won awards with it and all sorts of stuff.
Jesus.
Like, and you kind of sit there going, he's now so engrossed in the car scene that him getting into bikes probably isn't going to happen because he's got 3,000 followers that all want to see his Skyline.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether then he will get a bike, but only when he moves out because Dad won't let him. And also it won't be a big thing for him. Like, it won't be this. So,
but it could be though. If it tickled his danglies the way the cars do, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
if something becomes your passion, then if you choose to go down this path, if you choose to go down the social media, the YouTube path, if you're truly passionate about it, that passion is, I'm going to be really, really hippie here. It's going to be really, really LA. But that passion's transient, isn't it? You can convey that through your content. People feed off of it. You know, they're like, fucking hell, they're really loving this. They're really into this. I want to be involved in that. So, you know, if he's got that for bikes, like he's got it for cars, then
I think
no reason why he couldn't.
The one thing he really wants, and he keeps saying about it, is that he sees me and Dad go away on trips, like Ireland and Scotland, all that sort of stuff, and he wants to join in with that. But also, he'll come down talking about his car, and then 5 minutes later, me and Dad are chatting about bikes, and he can't really join in. So he kind of does want that from that aspect. But yeah, I get your point. I think it's... but I don't know whether if like my dad and I weren't a bike rider and he was really passionate about cars, would he carry on just with cars and not bother doing the bike license? Because the bike license costs him 1,500 quid plus he has to spend $2,000 on gear to get something that's half decent.
Yeah.
I don't know, like that's I would love it to be, because once you're in, you're hooked, in my opinion anyway. You're like, you give someone a month on a bike, even that Vietnam special of Top Gear, where Jeremy Clarkson was just like, I absolutely hate biking, I never want to be bike. 13 days later, he's like, I can actually see why people love this.
Yeah.
So I think as soon as you're in, and your balls out to the wall, like your credit card on the line kind of thing.
Pretty much, isn't it? Yeah, max me up, baby.
But I think
it's the whole life that goes with biking, I think, that grabs people, isn't it?
Yeah. And the community, like this is going to, I'm just going to tag on your cheesy cliche bollocks again. But one of the reasons I've carried on making videos, making content, doing the Instagram posts, I've posted, I'm quite actually proud of this, although it does nothing for my Instagram. I've posted on my story every single day since August last year. Like from the start of August, I've had something on my story. And so the only reason I do that is because of the reaction I get and the people commenting, and someone will tell me I'm a dickhead, or someone will go, like that thing I posted about the Transalp earlier. And the Transalp for me, the new one, is a CB500X with a bigger engine and a TFT. And I saw all the concepts and I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a phenomenal bike. It's going to blow everything. It's still going to be a fantastic bike. But it's just like I said to one of the guys that messaged me earlier, I just went, it's like the designer had to get a design to his boss by Friday and he forgot about it until 4:00 and then went, CB500, TFT and a 21-inch front wheel and a slightly bigger engine. And like, so many people are pissed off that I said that. But it's kind of like the interaction you get is so good and people just want to talk to you about bikes.
Yeah.
And you go to any cafe that is a biker cafe and people want to talk to you about your bike, how's the reliability or whatever. But that is one of the reasons I've carried on doing this. I assume it's probably the same reason you're still going to a degree.
It's totally all to do with the community. Yeah, totally all to do. That was when the decision was put to me about I either I either stay in the old bill or I do this. That's pretty much the option that was given to me by this governor. She said, you know, you can, if you give up everything that you have on YouTube and social media, you have to stop TeapotOne. You can't have a personal social media. You can't rebrand as something else or start something else up and you know, Phoenix from the Flames, a new TeapotOne as a different name. You can't do that. You Teapot2, you know, you cannot have a social media presence anymore. That was her condition, because she just did not want me to have any connection between me being a copper and me being on like the internet within the biking world. She didn't want that. So when that sort of choice was given to me, well, I wouldn't give up. I couldn't give up the sort of community in the whole world that I've built around TeapotOne. You know, like the interaction I have with people through the podcast, through the comments, through the meetups, through going on tours. That's everything for me. You know, I couldn't give a shit what I ride, to be perfectly honest. I really don't care what bike I'm riding.
ATM.
What's that?
ATM.
I genuinely am first. I'll just give me a set of keys and let me get on a bike and I'll ride it. I don't really care what it is.
I'll give you the keys to my bike and go and have fun and it just won't start. But yeah, no, I completely, because also it's not, if I hope my boss isn't watching this, but if you told me now I can give up every single person that I speak to, like Mark from Leeds, you, Dave Ashpole, like any of the people that I've got any relationship with, just by chatting to them on Instagram or chatting to them on YouTube or waking up to a comment in the morning or whatever from a guy that's got opinion that's different than mine, and I get to have an argument with him at 7 a.m. Like I can do that, or I can go back to having two friends like I actually have and not speaking to anyone. I'd walk out my company tomorrow, like, because it's just, this is the whiskey talking, but it's not, I don't do this for the money. And I think Mark from Leeds has asked me this a couple of times. What's like the best kind of advice you can give? Do not do it for the money, because it's not the money, but it's the interaction you get with other people and chat to people in Portugal and Australia and America and all these sorts of different places. And you're like, I get to have this conversation with someone that I'd never met, never spoken to in my life, and we want to just bond over something. Like I've bought the Arrow Sonora exhaust and it's really funny because it pops all the time. Yeah, I know, so have I. And it's fantastic. And it's the only reason I ever want to sit here on a Saturday night and go, shit, I haven't got something for tomorrow. I need to make sure I've got something. And that is genuinely, it's phenomenal.
I love you, man. I love you.
This guy.
Right.
Let me have my sixth whiskey.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Next one, Simon Lewis. Hi, gents. Firstly, Bruce, can you stop having all these great guests on, as my subscriber list on YouTube is longer than my doing dry January? Sorry, mate, there's more to come. A question for Sam. What's the best bike-related item he's purchased, and why is that? And also the worst.
Can I say my bike? Is that not fair?
I'm going to say no. Bike-related item. So not the bike.
So I suppose you'd have to break this into two sections.
Best and worst.
Well, best on bike. On my current bike, or my actual bike, the best thing I've bought for it has got to be that exhaust. It's not that loud. It's not that Asbo. It's not that sort of it changed the bike. It made it. You buy a KTM, you want it to come out the factory and piss people off.
Growl you want snarl and pop and fart. Yeah.
There's something else that Theo Von said. He likes things that pisses rich people off.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's quite good. So that thing, although it's not stupidly loud, it just makes it hilarious. Off the bike, but bike related, heated gloves. I know you're not a fan of heated gear, but
heated jackets. Yes, the heated jacket, heated vest, fantastic. I think they're great, game changer.
Imagine heated gloves as well, and imagine
I-
heated.
I've got gloves, I've got socks, I've had a heated seat. A heated seat's pretty cool,
Yeah,
but the gloves and the socks, just a faff. I'd rather have good quality heated grips and
yeah,
summer gloves. Bosh.
yeah. See, my mate George is like that. It'll be like 3 degrees outside, and he'll wear mesh gloves. I'm like, you're an idiot. But then I look at like Richie Vida's current tour, where he's doing the Scotland stuff. Would he have done that without his heated gear? No. He would have tried to have done it, but -5, snowing. Like I think do you know what this is like a couple of weeks?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, that's because Richie's mad.
Yeah, I mean, like I've done it on a jigsaw in leathers. It's if you want to do it, you're gonna do it.
Yeah,
And it's part of the, and Rich, I know Rich is a bit like this. Well, Rich and I are very similar like this. If it's something people wouldn't do, if it's something people are like, you're fucking crazy doing that, that's like a red rag. You're like,
yeah.
I'm doing that then. That is, it's happening, you know. So I think Rich would. I mean,
taking it.
I'm not going to take it away from Rich, but last year, like his whole North thing last year was all part of that case heated kit promotion thing. It was just, you know, he had a game plan in play to win that trip, to go to Iceland and do that, and you know, it worked to a T. He produced some fantastic content. He got great reward for it. This year, fair play to the boy. He's just gone for it, isn't he? You know, I think the weather was a little bit worse than he expected. Fantastic content, amazing trip.
I think the thing for me with heated gear is there are times if I didn't have heated gear, being not the Richie Vida, me, not you, going around the world, not all this sort of other stuff. I think there are times on like a Saturday where it's 2 degrees outside and it's frosty, and I'm like, I want to ride my bike, but heated grips are not quite enough because your hands are warm, but the rest of you's freezing. So there are days where, like, I went into work a couple of weeks ago.
You're wearing the wrong kit.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not. But like, the gear is fantastic. But like, so I've got this Halverson stuff that I've sponsored by Bike Stop. I said it wrong. Can't believe I said that wrong. Every time I go in there, yeah, I know, right? Every time I go in there, I'm just like, if I see a customer, I'm like, you should have bought this at Sports Bike Shop. And Martin, who's the owner, just turns to me, I'm like, oh God. But yeah, there's times where I wouldn't go out on Saturday because I'm like, I kind of want to go out, but it's cold in it and I can't be asked because whatever. Whereas if I put my heated gear on, it doesn't bother me. And I went into work the other week when it was pretty cold, and I've had my Gerbing gloves for 4 years now, and I have left the cable on my bike for the whole time, and the lid of the plug-in thing snapped off, so all the cable's all rusty and it's all corroded and whatever. So when I plug it in now, I kind of have to do that to make it connect.
Yeah.
And my gloves stopped working, and because I hadn't bothered. It's the first time I'd used them for ages, so I went into work and it was like 2 or 3 degrees. And filtering through the traffic into London, I clonked 3 mirrors, and I had to stop and go, sorry. But I don't do that. I don't, like, I've been filtering into London for 4 years, same kind of people, whatever. Same. I know exactly what fit my bike's going to fit through, even if I've got a sports bike behind me and he's like egging me to go on, get out of my way because I'm a sports bike. I'm like, trust me, I can go quicker than you. And I clonked so many mirrors. And it's because I was cold and I was focusing on the fact that I was cold rather than like, or I wasn't focusing on it, but I was kind of, every other thought was I was cold rather than I can get through this gap. So it was just, there's a second thought before I put on the brake to miss that van mirror and whatever. So I don't know. I think heated gear, the technology is there, so use it. I think if if you only ride in certain conditions, then fine, it doesn't really matter. But if you're a year-round rider, like I don't know whether going back now, if you went to your commuting days and it was like -5 in the morning or whatever, and you got on your bike, GS, and you plugged yourself in and you're like, oh, I'm so hot. And it would just make you feel so much more, like you don't care anymore.
Totally. It'd be much more comfortable, definitely. It'd be a much more enjoyable experience. But I'm also the type of person that would be like, every fucker's got a heated kit. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it raw, leathers, fleece over the top, off we go.
And I'm going to go around the world on a jigsaw.
I am that idiot. I am that sort of idiot that is just like, I don't want to be a sheep. I don't want, and it sounds ridiculous. I know I'm saying it, I'm listening to me say it, and I know it sounds daft, but I'm just like that. It's like, well, if everybody's doing it, I don't want to do that. Says the man on a GS. But I like to think I use a GS a little bit different to a lot of other people, though certainly the stereotypes. But even that's changing, and that's starting to make me go, I need someone else. I think I want someone else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then everyone's coming over to Super Adventure, so you're not going to buy one of those.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Simon's got worst. What's the worst bike related item?
Can I say a bike?
If you want to. Go on.
So this was years ago now, but a guy I used to go to school with, sixth form, blah, blah, blah. I got on well with him when we used to go out, but he's a bit of a twat. I think it's my girlfriend getting home from work, getting home from her parents. She's like, he's got to be done by now.
Are you still on that thing?
Yeah. He had a Phaser 600. 1998 Phaser 600, I think it was. And he had it for 2 years, had not maintained it at all, to the point where he bought himself, when he got rid of that, he bought himself a KTM 1050, and he messaged me on Facebook after like 10 months and said, hey, mate, can I come around yours and adjust the chain? I'm like, you haven't done that for 10 months. So he basically went, I'm going to get rid of this Phaser for scrap. And me and my mate sat there like, yeah, this is gold. We're just sitting there. And I went, how much do you want for it? And he was like, well, someone's offered me 250 quid scrap for it. So if you want to give me 300, it's yours. And he lives about 3 miles away. So we went over, got a taxi over. We pushed it back for 3 miles down the road. So it looks like it's just,
Of course you did.
Why not? And then I sat in the garage like, I'm going to make this I Googled there was a thing where it was like some cafe racer that's been made from this Phaser. I was like, that's what this bike's going to be. 3 years later, it's sat in the garage, no MOT, no insurance or anything. It's fucked. It's such a pile of it is such a pile of shit. And whoever put the exhaust on last time had used wrong bolts. So like normal bolts instead of exhaust bolts. So I undid the exhaust and it went, and one of the exhaust bolts snapped in the header. And I was just like, fuck. So I tried drilling it out. I tried like the whole works. I bought loads of tools from Screwfix, just when I'm going to buy everything to try and get this. Didn't work. And I just eventually, this is not something I like to brag about, and loads of people are going to see this now. But this bike wouldn't pass the MOT because it wouldn't seal the exhaust. And essentially, to get it through the exhaust, I super glued the bolt in so it looked like it was in place. And it got through the MOT, and then I sold it.
Isn't that crazy that like a superficial thing like that will allow it to pass? That's why the MOT it's just a fucking joke, isn't it? It's like either test stuff or don't test stuff.
Yeah. The best thing about the MOT is if you like the guy or you regular, he just passes it. It's like, it's fine.
We used to, I won't say where, but I used to work at a Nick, and there was a garage within the ground, within the sort of area that we worked. who did MOTs, and every copper used to go to this garage, and literally you could just phone him up. You could just phone him up and go, my MOT's due, and he'd be like, yeah, what's your reg, blah, 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 take all the information, and just be like, you didn't even need to take your car there. You just go and pick up the certificate. It's ridiculous. Obviously that didn't happen. It's totally made up.
Yeah.
It's the whiskey talking.
My brother's got the same with his car, because there's no way you're getting through an MOT with a fucking spark plug in your exhaust and a screamer pipe out the bonnet. But
right, before we incriminate everybody we know.
Yeah.
Simon Lewis says, second random question. Apple crumble or apple pie?
Crumble.
Pie.
Crumble. It's got to have the crunch.
What's the difference between apple crumble and apple pie?
One's soggier. That's
not
basically
biscuit. An apple biscuit.
It's soggy apple pie. That's a different game to play at uni.
That's a genuine question. What's the difference between apple crumble or apple pie?
Yeah. Whoever's a baker watching this, let us know.
Is apple crumble like?
Does it crumble more?
Yeah, what's apple crumble then? I don't understand.
Don't know.
Anyway,
cheesecake.
Cheesecake. Oh, you dirty bastard.
Cheesecake.
Garlic bread.
Garlic.
Look who's next. Mark Keenan.
Sorry, you said that wrong. What was his name?
Mark from Leeds. Do you know that's me? Do you know that is me in his intro?
Did you do the intro?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. Every time I watch his video, it's fantastic.
He was like, mate, I need an intro. Could you please say Mark from Leeds? So I was just like, yeah, Mark from Leeds.
Oh, it's brilliant. I love it.
He's top bloke. Right, he says, I'm salivating in my own juices here with all this bearded action. Chuffed you've got Sam on the podcast. First question. What has been the highlight of your biking year for both of us?
You first.
What is it, as in last year? Highlight of last year? I assume
so, because 3rd of February is probably quite short to have a highlight.
Right. Highlight for 2022. Seeing bears in the Transvagarison highway.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
In Romania. That was a special moment. And not just one, but to see Jesus, I don't know how many there were. Loads. So like 2 big adults with pups and then one sort of juvenile one.
I remember watching that and just being like, you turned around, like, I'm sure, I don't know if you did, but in my head, I just went, fuck, it's a bear.
That's exactly what I was like. I came through the little tunnel through the mountain, and there was just like this bear, literally almost like leaning against the rocks like that, looking straight at me as I came out. And I went by it and I was like, was that a bear? And I sort of turned around and it was there. And then I thought, I'll go and get a picture. And then I sat there and went, it's actually a bear. It's a wild bear. There's not a cage. There's not a trainer. That's a wild bear. And I was like, that can kill me. I was like, wait, yeah, maybe I should turn around and go then. But amazing.
I'm going to wrestle it.
Yeah. Strong like a bear.
Strong with bull.
Yeah, that was awesome. Wild bear was pretty special.
I mean, that's going to beat me. I would probably have to say
a badger on the A39.
Yeah, I hit a rabbit with my car. I think the one that was definitely up there was Yosemite. So when I got sent to, not to bore you too much, but our company worked.
Too late.
Too late. Yeah, fucking 3 hours too late. I got sent. Our company merged with the other biggest company in the group of the ownership. Yeah, and we had all the bollocks to sort it out, like merging pipelines, merging everything. And 4 or 5 weeks in, they went, Sam, we're going to send you to LA. And I went, oh, amazing. They're about a month behind us, so you're going to have to do it all over again. I'm like, So went out there, which was a really good trip. I mean, I can't moan. My work sent me to LA. Like, I can't moan about that.
You were there for like a month or something?
Month and a half, yeah. But my 30th birthday was while I was out there, and my girlfriend flew out, and I sort of thought, I've got to do something. There's a company in the States called Twisted Road, which lets you rent bikes. Pretty much, you rent someone's bike. So we rented a 1250 RT and drove up to Yosemite, and we did like 4 or 5 days in Yosemite, and that was like, I've never been lost for words doing 20 mile an hour, but it was, you're going to hate this, but it was Scotland like dialed up to 11 with 35 degree weather.
Yeah.
It was absolutely outstanding. And like my girlfriend, she's never really seen mountains before, kind of thing. I know it sounds really odd, but like she's
but not
very
like
much
mountains,
like proper mountains. So she's never been to Scotland. She's never really been to Wales. She was blown away when we went to Snowdon. We climbed Snowdon. She was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." I was like, "Yeah, it's all right."
It's a hill.
Yeah, it's a big hill. Have you been to Scotland? But yeah, we went to Yosemite, and on the back of the bike, I'm talking to camera, and she's just squealing on the back. She's like, "Oh, look at that!" All this sort of stuff. So for her, it was amazing. For me, it was amazing. Like relationship, this is going to sound really cliche, but relationship-wise, we had one of the best weekends we've ever had together.
Yeah.
So that was brilliant. That was probably one of the highlights. And also jumping my bike at ABR, because that's just brilliant. It's fantastic.
Are you coming back to ABR this year?
Yeah, I'm not going to be on my bike though.
Oh, you're not?
I'm going to be on another bike.
Oh, A and other. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, nice. A and other, but with upgraded suspension, wire wheels, possibly a turbo kit, if I can work out a way of doing it. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be funny.
I'll see you there then, brother.
Yeah.
Right, second question from MFL. What one piece of advice... Oh, this fits in with what you were saying earlier. What one piece of advice would you give to someone just starting out as a YouTuber or content creator?
Don't bother.
Don't do it in bikes.
Yeah, just don't give up. Do it in cars or... Yeah, no, I'm not going to say that. Go on, after you.
Do you. Just be you. Don't try and be anyone else. Don't try and create the content you think people are going to want. Create the content you want to create, and you will attract your clan. You will attract the people that like you and they like the content you provide, your editing style. Don't get into it thinking that you're going to be a multi-millionaire. Some people... I had this guy, Brad, American chap, Nomad Brad the Nomad.
This is stupid views on like shorts. I'm like, I hate you so much.
3 months, over 100,000 subscribers. Phenomenal. Amazing. That does happen. People put out one video and have 100,000 subscribers. It does happen, but it is few and far between. The vast majority of people out there on YouTube, it takes years and hundreds of videos to generate any kind of revenue and to generate a sort of following that might even hint towards you being not allowed, but being able to go full time at it.
Yeah.
You know, like YouTube ad revenue is a very small part of my income stream. I would say average, I make about 500 quid now, 550, maybe 600 quid in ad revenue. I don't get massive views. I maybe get, on a good month, I might get 250,000 views across everything on the channel, 400 odd vids. So my views aren't massive, but it's everything else that allows me to go full-time. Channel sponsorship, Patreon's a huge one for me, merch, channel sponsorships, my tours, all that sort of stuff. But all that comes as a package where you've put the graft in to build up a brand, to build up a relationship. Mark, you're one of my clan. So, you've built up a relationship where people trust you and they enjoy your company through the videos. That's how effectively you make YouTube content creation your business, your brand.
Yeah.
But you have to, it's difficult because when your passion becomes your job, your career, it's very easy for you to lose the passion for your passion, which was something I was facing through lockdown. It was all just a little bit weird, and I was too worried about facts and figures and analytics, and that's bollocks at the end of the day. As long as you're still appealing to the people who've invested in you and are already there, don't worry about attracting new people, because they'll come. They will just come.
I think there's one thing that I remember Richie Vida saying years ago now. I can't remember what it was. It was in a video or a comment. I can't remember what it was, but he basically said, someone asked him, why are you pissed off at kind of thing that you haven't got way more subscribers? And he said, no, because the people that follow me are my group of people.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I think the thing, and that's something I really sort of empathize with / get on board with, because I say to people now, like, I've had opportunities given to me, like, oh, we'll give you this and we want you to make a video on it. And I'm like, yeah, but people know I don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity, but the people that follow my channel, I can recommend them. This is going to sound really manipulative, but I can recommend them something and say, I use it, and they will buy it because they have bought into me as a brand.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I'm so passionate about not pushing something I don't believe in.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many other brands of clothing, for example, but like protective motorcycle gear. Halverson's for me has been, it was fantastic before I got sponsored. And I mean, sponsored, they don't pay me anything, but they gave me the suit through Bike Stop. But
the bike shop.
The bike shop, yeah. Martin's going to DM me after this and be like, what the fuck? You got my question. You got my company name wrong.
Sorry, Martin.
Yeah,
the bike stop.
mate.
Bike stop. Bike stop. The bike stop.
That probably won't work because I've got a fancy diffuser and all sorts of stuff.
It keeps cutting out when you get excited.
Actually,
it cuts out.
I can turn the volume up. This microphone was 30 quid.
Wow.
Banging.
This one here, this is the Samsung Q2, which was all the rage a couple of years ago before podcasts went massive. And it was like 20 quid on Amazon. Now it's like 80 quid, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a fine microphone.
Do I?
Fine. Fine. And I got the boom as well for 30 quid.
See?
Yeah. I'm not going to move mine because it'll probably break or something.
A newer, this is newer. This is
cheap. Newer,
yeah, cheap on Amazon. Yeah.
I stopped buying this stuff because I lost a GoPro to them. It bounced down the road when I was in Scotland.
Oops.
Because I bought their huge 140 pack of GoPro accessories, and
you did it. Yeah,
it was like 20 something quid.
Yeah.
Well, I've got all of the GoPro accessories, but yeah, Mark, I think I've talked to Mark quite a lot. We chat quite a lot. I've got on the guy. I can't say this enough. I know people take the piss and say, "Oh, are you two in love or whatever?" Mark from Leeds is genuinely one of the most supportive guys I've ever come across.
Absolutely.
He's like, he has mates in the industry and he just wants them to do well. And I cannot, like, I mean, Mark, you'll be watching this. Genuinely, I know people take the piss, but you have supported me so much in the last year and I can't thank you enough for it. It comes from the bottom of my heart. But yeah,
Mark,
like,
you've done fuck all for me.
Yeah.
Pull your finger out.
Why haven't you pulled your finger out for me, Mark?
No, he is. He's a lovely, lovely fella.
But he's great, and I think the one thing, if you're talking about actual
cock,
yeah, he's only like 5'4".
Tripod, he's known as.
All of that is length. And he's hitting the gym, and I'm not going to say more. But I think
whiskey was not a good idea.
It was a great idea. It's been only 6 hours. You're going to have fun editing this one.
There's going to be no editing. I'm not editing any of this. It's just all it.
You've got to bleep the definitely not. what
You
I've
told
already
me.
said.
You told me not to. You said it was all right. Just go for it. Do you want me to bleep it out now?
No, I don't care anymore. But
Right. Well, you've got till Monday in fact, you've got till Sunday to let me know because I'll have it done and edited by Sunday.
Loads of people will know about it anyway. Mark, we're
still talking about Mark from Leeds.
Mark from
Jesus.
Leeds. I would say make a routine, make a schedule of form. People have come to expect a video from me at 6 p.m. on a Sunday. I know you've now nicked my slot, but 6 p.m. on a Sunday, people know they're going to see a video of me. So if I upload on like a Wednesday at 4 p.m., my views are shit. But like, so that's one element of I don't know. I think if you're going to stick to don't stick to a schedule that you can't keep up. Don't do like, I'm going to make 3 videos a week. But if you're going to do 1 video every 2 weeks, stick to it. And people will come to expect you'll get return viewers. Reply to comments, share, whatever. Because I've had people subscribe to me because I've replied to their comments, not because they comment and go blah 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 whatever, and I've replied and said and then they've gone, oh sweet, I watch Itchy Boots and she doesn't respond to me. Yeah, because she's in fucking Buenos Aires.
Yeah, and she gets 20,000 comments.
Yeah, exactly. I get 15. So if you reply to people, they then go, actually, this guy's got a personality, and they will join in. But yeah, don't do it do the videos, do the editing and everything when it's a passion of yours. Do not do it based on the fact that you're going to become, like you said, like you're going to become a millionaire, or like, you're not going to become the next Peter McKinnon. You're not going to become the next sort of TMF or anything like that. Like you're Mr. Beast or anyone like that. I can't believe we put Mr. Beast and TMF in the same sentence. TMS is going to love
He's going to love that.
He's going to love that, isn't he? But yeah, I think if do it for the passion, and if you keep enjoying it, keep doing it, and you will. The subscribers will come, the money will come. I mean, it's shit money, but the money and the freebies and all that sort of stuff will come, and then it makes it kind of like, oh, sweet. Well, I've got a free phone case or whatever.
Yeah, just Mark, just be you. Just be you. And I used to think like you, Sam, about routine. And because your routine used to be very important to the algorithm, I genuinely don't think it is anymore. And TMF was one that actually said this to me. He's like, okay, TMF's coming from a different point of view. He's got over 250,000 subs. Obviously, Mark's starting at you're just starting out basically. So, but yes, okay, if you always post at Saturday at 6 and then you post on a Wednesday, you're not going to get as many views. But those people who watch your vids will see your vid eventually. It'll come up on their feed and then they'll watch it. So the vid will get people watching it. And as long as the content's good and it retains people. Retention is key. Retention is one of the most important things going on YouTube. If you can retain people, so when they click on the vid and they start watching, if you can hold them there, for at least 3 or 4 minutes, then the algorithm is going to feed on that, whether you're posting sporadically or religiously every day or every week or every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks. That I think the algorithm now, it allocates more weight to retention than the routine. Like when you post a vid, how many people go straight to it? That's what it used to look at, was like, as soon as we put this out, how many people go straight to that? And it would allocate more kudos to it, like that was a big high ranking figure for YouTube, for the algorithm. I don't know if it is as much anymore.
My missus would love it if I could retain 3 to 4 minutes. So I just wanted to bring the level of conversation went up here, and I was like, nah, I'm going to bring it back down.
Do you know that is like the average sort of retention?
Are we still talking about YouTube or not?
We are. Yeah. I'm not going down that route.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I think 3 or 4 minutes is considered good retention. But like my podcast gets like 32 to 38 minutes. The big vids, well, they're generally between 7 and sort of 14, 17 and 15 minute average normally for the longer vids. It's just views. There's just the views aren't very big, but I'm not really fussed about that anymore myself.
I think there was a point where I was sitting there making I was really focused on views.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's I kind of don't, I know it's going to sound bad, but I don't care anymore about the views. But because if something shows you that the views don't actually matter, I did a video, you might have seen this on my Instagram, but I did a video on cleaning my exhaust headers on my Tracer. And all I did was I compared Autosol, some other miscellaneous exhaust header cleaner, bleach. Someone used Harpic bleach to clean.
I've done that.
Motor Rev, is that the guy?
Motor Rev, yeah.
Mm. So he did it on one of his videos, and I said, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare 4 or 5 cleaners and see which works best without having to agitate it. I did the video. It got a couple of thousand views over a course of 6 months or 8 months or whatever, really average. And about 2 months ago, I just started getting comments on it. I'm like, this is weird. Like, this video hasn't got anything. I guess it's maybe a time of year or whatever.
Yeah.
In the last month and a half, it's got 40 something thousand views. Mm-hmm. And in the original, it got like 1,000 and 1,500, maybe $2,000. Yeah. So like the views don't matter. It will, if you do the content, maybe a little bit of clickbait in the title, not clickbait, but like not, I've done this. When I release my new bike video, I'm going to go, I've bought a new bike, and like tease people and think I've gotten rid of the Super Adventure.
And got a GS.
Come on.
You got to do it. You got to do that. I'm
still young. If the new GS has got,
you're not young. You're 30. That is not young.
But I have a mental age of like a 16-year-old that's just seen boobs.
So do I. So do we all. But
so what are you doing on a GS?
You're a grown man. Why? Yeah. Because it is the best bike for what I need a bike to do.
All right, thanks, Teapot. It was lovely speaking to you.
Right. Come on, we've got to get through these because we're almost 3 hours and we're just nowhere near finishing these questions.
I'm going to run.
And this is just Patreon. We've still got bloody Instagram and Facebook to go. We're going to have to do a part 2, I think. Right.
Done.
Mark says, lastly, Bruce, tell us a story about the candle. Keep on keeping on. The candle. I take it you're referring to France. One of my first bike, in fact, it was, I think, the first bike trip I ever went on when me and 2 mates passed our bike test. We descended on France on bikes and we were doing 18-hour days. It was crazy. 800 miles. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. Boom. Freezing, pissing rain. Yeah, I don't care. Let's go. Boom. So we went, and one of my mates, I still to this day don't know why, but he was like, I really want to go to this village because it's been awarded like #1 Bon Village in France. And we were like, well, what's Bon Village? And it's like best looking village, which is like, yeah, all right, okay, we'll do it. Let's go. So we went, but we didn't get there till 9:30 at night and it's pitch black. So we arrive, book into the hotel, shit shower, shave, come back out, said to the lady at reception, is there somewhere we can go and get something to eat? And it's like 9:45 type of thing, 10 o'clock. And she's like, well, everywhere will be shut, but there's a restaurant over the common, it's a tiny, tiny little village, this. So we go into the restaurant, and as we go in, there's literally a group of people leaving, all shaking hands with, I'm assuming, the owner. And he looks at us, and like me and my 2 mates, we come in and we sit down at a table. So he comes over and he was like, look, I'm closing. I'm really sorry. And we were like, really, we are just, any chance you could just do us like any kind of food, because we've not eaten all day. We've come from, we gave them the whole story. We've come from the UK. We're on the first trip. We're just really excited, but we just didn't stop all day. So just anything. Bread will be fine. Just bread and a beer. We'll have a beer and then we'll go. And he said, no problem. He said, steak? You want steak? So we're like, oh yeah, beautiful, beautiful. That'll be amazing. So he goes off and he comes and he brings over beer, and he brings over some bread, and he brings over like these dishes, and he puts the dishes on the table with our cutlery and stuff, and off he goes. So obviously we're hyper. We're just like, yeah, we're starving. So we dig into these dishes and spread it all over the bread and start eating away, man. You know, it's French cheese it's weird. It's got a weird taste. It's like, what is this? So we scoff all the bread and like we literally finish these 3 dishes. So the guy comes over and he looked at us and a bit weird. And he was like, do you want some more bread? So we're like, yeah, yes, please. That would be great. So he brings more bread over, another basket of bread, and then another 3 dishes. But this time he looks at us and he leans over and he sets fire to the 3 dishes and the candles. We just sat there and eaten 3 candles.
What does this cheese taste like? Vanilla and rosemary.
You know what I mean? I'll tell you, at no point did I think to myself, this is inedible. I was just like, tastes weird, but I'm eating it. So that's the candle story.
I'll do you should tell that one again. That's quite funny. I like that.
Right, cheers. Thanks for that, Mark. Next one, Ashley Wright. Oh, mate, we are at 3 hours. Are you okay with this so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm at a point where the 6th whiskey is probably going to go through me in about the next 10 minutes, but
I'm at
you've done well.
Half a bottle of whiskey. Good effort. Ooh,
I mean, I haven't drunk that all tonight. I'm going to say I have, but I haven't.
Week.
Yeah.
We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions left on Patreon. There's no way we're going to get to the others, so you're going to have to come back.
Let's rattle through these ones and then see if we can get to the next ones.
Ashley Wright. Evening, gentlemen. Question. Do you think social media is a good thing or a bad thing? Also, how many times do you think MFL has had a dream about you, Sam?
Once a night on the dream, and it's once a week it's a wet dream. And
it's not made of wood, is he? It's not made of wood.
Sometimes he is. The social media thing depends on the person. Some people thrive on it. Some people don't. It can be a very negative place. It depends whether you've got the nous to ignore that. I don't. I like arguing with people if they tell me I'm wrong and don't give me a reason.
I think I genuinely think anyone that says they're not affected by the comments on social media or on YouTube and they actually read the comments, I think they're lying. I think anyone, I know, like Joe Rogan just says, just don't read the comments. And okay, yeah, you know, if you can do that and if you can still grow and you can still have a good community without any interaction within the comments, fine. But I, like you, I like to read the comments. I like to respond to them. And yeah, I mean, people say horrible stuff, don't they? Yeah. You know, it's human nature, though. It really is human nature. Like I said this umpteen times. You can read a comment. Like if I go into my YouTube now, I could read a comment at 9:30 on a Friday night after a couple of whiskeys. And then I can take it one way, and then tomorrow morning I'll wake up and I'll read that same comment, but I could take it a totally different way. And one could be positive, one could be negative. So I think it depends on you as a person and how you're feeling when you read that comment. It depends on you as a person when you write that comment. Mm-hmm. And sometimes people are just, you know, I'm going to say the word, sorry, beep it if you need to, but sometimes people are just cunts for whatever reason. And that's just life, innit? You know,
you've said that word. That means I can start dropping it every other sentence.
The C-bomb. Yeah. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but, you know, it's a fact of life, isn't it?
I totally agree. And I think also I've been like awake at 2:00 in the morning, just like, I need to reply to this guy with a better comment than he said.
Yeah.
I now get to a point where like you've got to think of the other people that read it. So there's 2 instances of this. There's one bloke that commented on my video. This was like 6 months or a year ago, or whatever. And all he kept saying, he commented on 4 different videos, the same thing. He went, you've got a voice affliction where you go up at the end of your sentence, and it's really annoying. And I saw the first one, and I'm not going to reply to that because I'm well aware I do. Like I'm from this part of the country, like it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
He was lucky I haven't got like an Essex twang to my voice or whatever. But like I was kind of like, well, okay, I get the point. But he commented the same thing within reason, but it was different. So he'd made the effort of typing it on the second video. And I kind of sat there going, oh, well, you know what? Like, if you don't like the videos, you're not paying to watch them. Just fucking don't watch them. And 3 comments went past, 4 videos went past. And on the 4th comment, I replied, this was like 11:30 at night. And he commented again, and I just went, I saw this on the other 3 comments. You said, if you can continue to watch my videos and comment on them, that would really help the algorithm and it'll help other people see my videos. And I sort of replied. He didn't reply, but then over the next week, 3 or 4 other people replied going, this obviously helped, and it pushed the algorithm to make it that I saw your video. And I was just sitting there going, oh, so everyone reads comments. I didn't realize people read comments.
Yeah.
But the thing, going back to what we were saying about people like your clan or your people that follow you, the thing I love about the people that follow me is they back me up.
Oh yeah.
So there was a guy that commented, this was hilarious. So the guy commented on my R18 video. I rode the R18. Awesome bike. Like it's just theatre in abundance.
Really?
It is. It's an R9T on steroids.
I just don't get it.
This is the thing. I said in my video, shaking my microphone. I said in my video, I love it, but I'd rather ride a Harley.
Oh yeah.
Because the Harleys for me, they're not trying. The R18 is engineered character. The Harleys just have that. You ride a Harley, your hands are up here, you're horrendously uncomfortable, you're pissing everyone off, but you're sitting there going, yeah, I'm riding a Harley. And there's something about that which is just awesome. Mm-hmm. And the Harley Davidson Watford branch are the nicest bunch. It's the nicest dealership, and they are the nicest guys I've ever walked into in the dealership. Like, obviously no affiliation, but they are such nice guys. But I said in the video that I love the R18, but I prefer a Harley kind of thing. And this guy commented, and he was just like, yeah, you're wrong, like you're blah blah blah. And I sort of went back with an actual, what I feel was a valid point, and I went, well, no, actually I think, well, this is my opinion. I'm not telling you have to agree with it, but I blah, blah, blah. And he kept coming back with things like, no, you're misinformed. And that's all he would say. And I'm like, well, tell me why I'm misinformed.
Yeah.
Pissed me off so much. I was sitting there and it must have been like 11:30 at night, and my missus was sitting next to me trying to go to sleep. And I'm like, this is what he's just said. She was like,
really don't care.
Yeah, he's just an arsehole. He's probably got a small cock or something. Like all this sort of stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, no, he's really pissed me off. It was so funny.
And another thing.
Yeah. Guess what? And it's just, I don't even know where I was going with this, but it's just, the comments are just, if you have to rise to them, it becomes a very, if you went to the gym after reading all of your comments, you'd probably hit a really good workout. But the best thing about my subscribers is they just back me up. It's like, I don't ever have to do this anymore. Go.
I think it's something that, like Mark, MFL, he was asking about somebody that's, an aspiring YouTuber, once content creator, blah, blah, blah. I think it's something that you need to be aware of, is the negative side of putting yourself out there. Whether you have 100 subscribers or 100 million subscribers, the fact you're putting yourself out there, it means that you're putting yourself on offer to people. So you can't I do complain. I do voice about it on a podcast and stuff. But you can't not expect there to be some pushback. Initially, there'll be, I more than likely you'll have nothing but positive responses. You'll have just great comments. But at some point, you'll start getting negative ones, and they do come in. And I used to say, when you'd see celebs moaning about the pressures of celebrity and, these folk on fucking television and stuff, that 2-bit celebrity type stuff. And you'd be like, oh, gee, well, you put yourself out there. And that's my attitude. And I'm at a tiny, tiny, tiny level compared to that sort of stuff. And sometimes I start thinking, fucking, out of order. Why are people saying stuff like this? But then I have to remind myself that I've chosen to put myself out there. So it's just part and parcel of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sadly, there is a negative side to humanity, and that is just part of what comes out on this. But social media is also an amazing thing because it brings all of us together.
Yeah.
For me, my own selfish personal side of things, I have the clan, and I have this amazing group of people, yourself included, who all come together through a common love of motorbikes. In fact, some people don't even ride motorbikes, but they just love the, what's the word? Comradeship? I don't know. They love the...
Well, it's the community, it's the atmosphere.
The community, They love that feeling, that common bond, and the fact that everyone is so supportive within that little community, that just makes everything worthwhile. That for me is brilliant. Getting people together, and we do the meetups and we go away and we do stuff. And every single meetup, you have people who will come over in the bar at the end of the day. They'll come over and chat, and they'll be like, I've never done anything like this before. I've been riding 30 years. I've been riding 40 years, but all I ever did was, 2 or 3 months of the year, I'd go to my local calf with my same group of mates. Sometimes no mates. I just go to the same calf. And that was biking to them. And all of a sudden a switch goes that means they take that leap and they go, right, I'm going to get involved with this. And they turn up at an event and they're just like, holy fuck, this is amazing. It's a whole new side of biking that they just didn't know existed. And there's a whole community there that they didn't know existed. And I love getting messages from people going, right, I'm off to Wales, I'm going to Scotland. Fucking hell, I've been to the Picos. It was stunning. You're just like, you're living your life, you're doing it. That's what I love.
That is literally the best thing about this community. It's just everyone, whether you are taking a 100-mile round trip and you think it's the biggest thing you've ever done, or it is the biggest thing you've ever done, or you're going around the world, it's the community behind the support behind everything about it encourages people to go and do those things. Like there's a guy in Cornwall guy called Tom Murray. I chat to him quite a lot. He gives me. God, whiskey's hitting me. Whiskey's finally hitting me. He gave me all the routes for the Atlantic Highway and like roads to go to and whatever. And he's going to Wales in a few weeks' time. And he went, "Oh, I know you've been to Wales. Like, where are you going?" And I sent him like 4 or 5 roads and just went, "Don't care what you do these roads. They're absolutely outrageous." And he's going to go there and go, "Mate." But I mean, if he doesn't, he's a dickhead. If he will go there and go, "This is amazing." And the same thing with Scotland and Ireland. And when I went to Scotland, so many people said to me, "Don't bother with the Isle of Skye, it's boring." And one guy messaged me on Instagram and went, "Look at this picture. This was on the edge of the Isle of Skye. It is phenomenal." And I went, "Well, I'm not going to miss it because I'm up there for 5 days, 6 days. Sod it, I'm going to do it." And it was amazing. And you get that. I wouldn't have gone there if it wasn't for Instagram, but also I might have gone there if it wasn't for Instagram. So because also I wouldn't have got, because
you had all the people saying don't bother.
Precisely. And I mean, it's not like I had the money, but I bought my bike on a PCP finance deal. because I was going to buy it on hire purchase because I was like, I want this bike. It's a really cool bike, blah, blah. I don't care about paying 300 quid a month. But I bought it on a PCP as an easy way out because every single person went, oh, you better like be friendly with your mechanic, like, or like make sure you get the extended warranty. And I'm like, well, it's been faultless. But like I did that because of social media. So it's definitely a double-edged sword. But yeah, like I mean, I can talk about
do
this.
Skye, people. Do Skye.
Do Skye.
Skye is known as Scotland in miniature for good reason, because it's exactly that. There's every part of Scotland on Skye. And a lot of people just go onto Skye and they do the main road and the loop up to the top and back. If you take any of the side roads and head west, oh my God.
Awesome. It's so
phenomenal, isn't it? It's just stunning.
And also on the Isle of Mull, they have the Isle of Mull cheese factory, and they do some really good. I bought whiskey cheese, and that's so cool. I mean, it went mouldy in my fridge because I was not man enough to eat it all. But whose
fault's that, Samuel? Whose fault is that?
I'm sorry. Anyway,
right, next one, Adam Shand. Hey, Sam. Great channel. Love following the channel and all your adventures. Riding through the national park in the States was particularly awe-inspiring. How was it touring two up?
R1250 RT was ideal for that trip.
Yeah.
It was locking panniers, that all like central locking panniers. An air-conditioned phone holder, like comfy seats, heated seats. Oh, it had everything.
An air-conditioned phone holder.
It's so cool.
Hey, see what you did there. What a great idea.
I didn't even mean to do that. I totally meant to do that. It was that bike, like, I can't explain, because we did 400 miles to get there. We did going back to the GS thing where that guy said you ride a GS because you're wanting to see the environment and where you're going and all that sort of stuff. The RT is the GS but in a different frame and a different chassis kind of thing. It's the same engine pretty much. So I kick off about that. It's not the same. But it was 2 or 3, 4, 500, however long it was to get there. We went round the Yosemite at 20, 30, 40 mile an hour, and it was sublime. My girlfriend didn't moan about it once. We had 2 massive panniers, and then on the way back, we had to get there. We had to get back to the guy by 5 o'clock, but we left really late because we went up to Hetch Hetchy for the reservoir. So we left really late, and going down the freeway. I was going to say the motorway, but the freeway. Everyone else was doing like 90. And I was doing 70, and fuck it. And I sat at 95, maybe 100 all the way back, and it did not complain. It did 50 mpg. It was a phenomenal piece of kit. It wasn't, I did a review on it and I haven't published it because it's really boring. But
how can it be boring if you're out there?
But the environment is exactly what you're there for. But as a bike to ride, like if I had one of those in my KTM in the garage, I'd take the KTM every day of the week.
Yeah, but there are people out there who wouldn't. There's people out there who take the RT.
Yeah, but they're like 75 and wear polite vests.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Is this what you've ordered?
No, it's not. Obviously, we used to ride the RTs in the old Bill. That was the old Bill bike, the RT. Phenomenal machines. Absolutely phenomenal. I'd take the GS any day of the week. Yeah. But the RTs, it was phenomenal.
For what they're there for.
It was the agility.
Sublime.
It was the agility of that bike. Because we have to do, as part of the police bike course, you have to do like an assault course. Not Moto Gymkhana, but because it's all very, very slow speed stuff, like slower than walking pace. But it's all slalom through cones and, full lock turns. And that bike is just incredible. It's just incredible.
And the best thing about it is the stock exhausts. It's going to sound I'm such a knob for saying this, but there was a point where we were going up to Hetch Hetchy and we were literally
This is going to make you sound like a knob.
Yeah. Everything else is also going to make me sound like a knob. But this is also going to make me sound like a knob. But yeah, we were going down to Hetchy and we rode across. I no idea what the road was called, but it was a tiny single lane each way road going around a mountain, and there was the drop off was just sheer at the left. And I was going down this road and went around this hairpin, and if you showed that bit of road to any biker that likes twisty roads, they would just like go weak at the knees. It was unreal. And yeah, so we came down this bit of road. My missus was at the back, and I was just like, whatever. And then we were around this corner, and the bike just went, oh, pop, 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 pop. And where I'm trying to do that louder because this is in the way. And the noise of it, I was just like, why is this popping so loud? It's really cool. And then get to the next bit, and it's like a corkscrew back, and you sort of roll off the throttle, bang, 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 pop, 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 pop. And I'm like, this is a stock exhaust. This is great. But the bike itself is like, it's quite not a dull bike, but it's not an exciting bike, but it's phenomenal for what it's designed to do. But yeah, touring 2 up any day of the week. And also you can get to a restaurant and go, I'm just going to lock my panniers with a key.
Have you taken the Goldwing out?
No, I don't really want to, because then I'll have to shed out 38 grand or whatever it is.
32 grand. Honestly, mate, I think the Goldwing is the biggest surprise for me in biking.
Oh, really?
Like, 2 things. I was surprised that the top speed is so low. It was the one I had was limited to like 114 miles an hour. And
yeah, but that's because it weighs the same as Bristol.
yeah, exactly. It's but like I've taken the BMW K1600 out, and that thing is a rocket ship. Well, it's not limited to 114. I'll tell you that right now. But the Goldwing was, and I had the Goldwing thinking that it was going to be a one-trick pony, thinking it was going to be a dual carriageway motorway type of bike, like cruising, comfortable, 2 up at speed with all your luggage. That's what it's meant for. No. That bike is meant for twisty B roads. The twistier, the better.
Maybe I'll have to. The guys at Honda are aware of my YouTube channel now because of that thing. I had a call with him yesterday, and he basically he was talking to me about colours because the 2023 colours aren't available for whatever reason. And he went, oh, what's your YouTube channel? You're not afraid of not blurring your speedo, are you? And I went, the worst thing is I blur my speedo or change camera over a certain speed. So you've said that, and but I think maybe I've got a good in with them to be able to test ride other things. Well, I'll take one out because I think Missing a Fly said it as well, didn't he? He said it was
Andy that said it to me.
Yeah.
Andy said to me, he said, that bike is something special. And I'll be honest, I've ridden with Andy, and Andy doesn't ride a bike the way I ride a bike. He's fit. He's a good rider, but he's quite sensible. And I thought, it's not going to be my type of bike. Loved it. I absolutely, that thing, put it in sport mode, take it onto twisty B roads and open it up, lean it on its ear. It is phenomenal machine. And you'll do it 2 up.
Started this podcast thinking that I was going to convince you into getting a super adventure, and we're just both going to end up buying Goldwings and RTs. And
would I buy a Goldwing? Would I buy a Goldwing as my only bike? No. It'd have
to be, because the problem with a Goldwing and an RT and a K1600 or anything like that is it's the other end of doing something very well. Like one of my friends, he's now got rid of his bike, but he had a Street Triple RS, and he used to come out all the time. He was slowly getting more confident, but he didn't. There was a point where I got my Super Adventure. My mate George got his Tiger. He's got a Tiger 900 Rally Pro, and we started doing trips and stuff. And then Mark started, I guess he started feeling out of the loop kind of thing, because he's got a Street Triple RS. It's not a touring bike. But the problem with it, I saw him first.
Hate that.
Yeah. But I saw him for the first time in 6 months, the other night, and like he just invited me around for a whiskey and sort of pizza night kind of thing. And he said he was toying with the idea of getting another bike, but didn't see the point. Right? Yeah, because compared to what we're doing, you're buying the wrong bike. Like you can do it on anything. Don't get me wrong, but when we say we're going to do 6 hours and 800 miles or whatever down to the south of France, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh, I've just turned my heat seat down because it's too hot," like, and you're going, I've got no wind protection, and I'm in a leather one-piece overalls kind of thing. You eventually get to he's not a burly man like you, Bruce, but he would eventually get to the point where he got bored of it. And I'm like, well, if you're going to buy a bike, and we are your mates that go biking, kind of think, well, maybe instead of doing one road on the weekend and stopping at a bike shop, maybe think, well, maybe I'll get an adventure bike or whatever. But yeah, I'd love him to come out more, but I think he wants that track bike, but it's just, I don't know.
I take the mindset, and I appreciate other people have different points of view, obviously, but I take the mindset of you take the bike. I was told it. Jacques Lucassen said it to me, and I live by it to this day. You take the bike that makes you smile.
Yeah.
So if that RS is not making your mate want to get on the bike and ride it, even if he's, he does a tank of fuel and he's in fucking tatters, and he jumps off and he fills up the bike. If he's not getting back on that bike going, God, I'm in bits, but fucking hell, I'm riding this bike. If you're not doing that, you're on the wrong bike, whether that's the adventure bike, the sports bike, the cruiser, the naked, you're on the wrong bike. Just get the bike that you fucking love to ride, no matter what the weather, no matter how uncomfortable you are. If that bike makes you smile when you get on it and it just does something to you, like, when you meet that one that you're like, you really fucked me off, but I know I'm going to spend my life with you.
Yeah.
When you have that feeling with a bike, that's your bike. Yeah. And you can do anything you want on that. I'm a firm believer of that. Any bike will go anywhere, but not any rider will. And that's, I think that's just about matching up you with your bike, the right bike for you. And you might. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that is, everyone bangs on about it and they get bored of me going on about the super adventure, and they it's probably the same as you with the GS. Like, some people, the GS is their bike. Some people, super adventure is their bike. Some people, multistrada is their bike. Some people are V4 Panigale R is their bike. I mean, if they are, then let me know if you want a sugar child or whatever that's called. But that bike out there is every single thing that I ever wanted. If you could pay me 20 grand right now to swap that bike in for something else on the market that's not a super adventure,
that's your bike then, isn't it? That is
I
your
would
bike.
go no. Yeah. And that is the thing. And I think, like, I get it. It's not like, my dad rode it in December when I rode his Tiger, and he went, "Oh, I'm getting vibration white finger and stuff like that." I'm like, "Well, you're riding it wrong, but like you can't ride it like a GS. You have to ride." Pete English says, leave it in fourth gear and just ride the GS like that. Mm-hmm. You can't do it. You can't ride a super adventure like that because you'll break a bone or something. But if you ride a super adventure like it's a Super Duke, and then everything is like you're giggling at 15 mile an hour, but you're also giggling at 95 on the back wheel. So like that, I genuinely, I know I can bang on about it enough, but
is this what it's like when I start talking about GSs, people? Is this what it's like?
Yeah, it literally is. But that thing is like, literally, if I could buy one again, I'd do it now. Like, it is just sublime. But yeah, anyway, next question.
Yawn. Next question. Who was that? Sorry, who was that? That was Adam. Adam, thank you very much for your question, pal. He asked a few more things about diesel and stuff, but we've covered that already.
Yeah.
Martin Yoxall. Sam, now that George Michael has sadly passed on, where do you get your clothing inspiration from?
I assume I don't know where this is. This either coming from leather trousers from my Halverson's gear, or is this coming from skinny jeans? If it's coming from skinny jeans, I'm going to say the same thing that Mr. DeVlar is. Don't be jealous that I can fit into them.
Just no man should wear skinny jeans. Just no. I fucking hate it. I'm trying to. I've got my comfortable jeans. You know, my classic boot fit jeans. Boot fucking whiskey. Boot cut jeans. You know, nice, and I've got big legs, and sadly at the moment I've got a big gut as well. But it used to be trying to get trousers to fit my thighs was the issue. Now it's the waist goes with it. But everything is skinny fit now. Like,
but it makes everything look bigger. And I need all the help I can get in that front.
I don't need that, because my thighs, my legs are fucking massive, because they're carrying 20 stone around all day. Yeah. So like I want comfortable, relaxed, loose trousers. Can I get jeans like that? Can I fuck at the moment? Everything's skinny. Even the ones they say are like relaxed cut. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not. The other thing is you've got the other end of the spectrum that I've got, is that I've got, my waist is a 32, possibly a 34.
You've got a 32 waist?
Yeah. But
No. What's your real waist?
It genuinely is.
You're a 30-year-old geezer, 32 waist, right? Yeah. You know what this means? Is that, okay, where your trousers do up is 32.
Yeah.
If you raise it a little bit around your belly button...
Yeah, it's called a veranda over the playground, Bruce. But annoyingly, I've got rugby player legs. So my waist is here and my legs are like this.
Yeah.
So I've got legs that are like this wide, and then my calves are this wide. And I'm also 5'9". So like getting trousers that fit me are just non-existent. So yeah.
Skinny jeans. Oh, mate, you've gone way down on my estimations.
I mean, I don't wear them anymore. I used to, when I had the mop haircut like this, I used to wear them all the time. I'm not going to show you my...
Block of Seagulls haircut, one of them.
Yeah.
You won't even know who they are, do you?
No.
Never mind. Right. Martin says, to you both, what's your favourite urban slang word? Mine is Niptonized. He's a weird guy, Martin.
What? Niptonized?
Niptonized. And the definition is having your attention fixated on a glorious set of knockers, complete with nipples that could cut glass, often results in drooling, inattention, and inability to perform simple tasks. In severe cases, it can lead to car accidents or more serious physical harm. Wow, urban slang. Where is this Urban Dictionary? I just Google it.
Have you Googled Urban Dictionary?
No, I should do.
The stuff that comes up, you don't want to Google it.
I can't do it now because that'll be really interesting for people listening. But
17 hours later, not 7. I don't know whether it's urban slang, but I like the term I like to use for anyone that is really slow or pretty stupid or anything is fuck nugget.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's another element to that slang which is a completely different meaning, which is I'm not going to go into. I'll let you Google that later. But I just think fuck nuggets are really good. Oh, get out of the way, you fuck nugget. My absolute firm favourite, and this isn't from the Urban Slang Dictionary or whatever. This is just what I and people I used to hang around with in Glasgow used to say, is thunder and then the C word, thunder cunt. I just think that is just the best term ever. You utter thunder. Yeah.
Brilliant.
The other one that is very close to that is gunt, which is gunt. So right. G-U-N-T, but it's essentially, when you... It's really bad. My mum's going to be so depressed with me.
God, your mum's watching this. He made me say it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Vincent. I'm really sorry. He made me say this.
It's all right. She'll
be asleep by now.
She'll pipe up with some question like, "You came out my vagina," and but a gunt is when you get the programs that are like My £600 Life. Mm-hmm. And when they're like really people that are just like
guntage, the lower belly.
the sort of line that goes from the belly all the way down and through
to
to
the
the arse.
genitalia. Yeah.
It's a collaboration of the gut and the other word that you were talking about.
Guntage. Yes. Yes.
That's a good one.
Excellent. God, the things you learn on it every day's a school day, people.
4 hours in.
Almost. Second last question for tonight. Chris Kemp. Sorry, Martin. Thank you very much for your questions, mate. Entertaining as ever. Chris Kemp. Hi, guys. Hope we're both well. You've just became Prime Minister. What's the first 3 things you change or introduce? Yes.
Oh, here's one that's going to last 4 hours.
Absolutely. And another thing.
Yeah. I've had a couple of whiskeys now. Have you got any?
Yeah, definitely.
I can think of.
I think immediately the people in charge of a relevant discipline should be the leaders in that discipline. So, for example, the head of education would be the head teacher or teacher who has a proven track record of excellence within the teaching field. They've been nominated by their peers. They've been nominated by the pupils that they've taught. They're the person that's put forward to go, this person is the very best at education.
Yeah.
Boom. You're now in charge of education. The same for the Chancellor. Fucking hell. I mean, how can you be in charge of education 1 minute, farming the next, and now we're going to put you as Chancellor? How does that work? Like, the Chancellor should be the very best accountant that you have in that country. Surely. The head of farming shouldn't be a fucking farmer. The head of fishing should be a fucking fisherman. I think this could be utter bollocks. You've got me on my soapbox. I'm up here. I'm not yet getting down. But I heard Iceland, when Iceland had that economic breakdown back in whenever it was, 2008, whatever it was, when the crash happened, and Iceland was fucked. When it sort of kick-started itself to get going, that's apparently... Maybe it's a Google internet myth, I don't know. But that's what they did. They put people who are excelled in the relevant disciplines, they put them in charge of those disciplines within the government. I just think that's common sense.
The problem with your theory there is that it makes sense. And politics and makes sense don't go in the same sentence.
Mate, I finished my police career in diplomatic protection. And I saw... I didn't.
Those arseholes that can park anywhere they want.
Yeah. Do anything they want. Yeah, I spent a lot of time around the Houses of Parliament, and I saw politicians in their own little safe place, in their own cafeterias, their restaurants, their bars, walking around places, thinking that they were away from the press and away from the public and they could speak freely. And I heard what these people say, and it's just showtime. It is just theatre. That's all it is. And I have lost all respect for politics in this country because it means... Oh God! Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, it's I got to a point where I'm not going to go too far into it, but like you sort of support.
We're half a bottle of whiskey in. We can go as far as you like into this. We're 3.5 hours. If people are still listening at 3 hours 40 minutes, then they're invested in this.
I mean, I was going to wake up in the morning with sort of 2,000 subscribers rather than 6,000, but you know. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about politics in this country, and I think I don't understand how we're letting people. There's a massive issue, but someone goes, "This is a tiny issue that's not really a problem, but let's going to solve that instead." Like Rishi the other week, where he was like, "Oh, I think people should do maths until they're in like year 10." You're like, fuck off, that's not a problem right now. But yeah, I think. The aim, regardless of party who's in power, regardless of who the puppet/prime minister is at the time, it doesn't really matter. That it's all just a bit stupid. And the aim, it should, like you say, it should be people who know what they're talking about and who are connected that have the decision. Like even scale it down. My company that I'm currently in is we're currently going through the point of not making redundancies, but we're slowly having to make freelancers, stand down freelancers and all that kind of stuff, and have the conversations about possible redundancy. And you're like, well, I know we have US offices. They tell us in November that they're going to win a shitload of Super Bowl work. And December to March, we're going to be slammed with 300 Super Bowl jobs. They land 2. And it happens every single year. But the sales in the UK stop because they're expecting a load of work from the US. The load of work from the US doesn't come. We have to stand down freelancers. It is a repeat process every single year. The people on the ground know that. And the people on the ground know that we should wait a month, and in a month's time, it would be fine. But the people that are looking at a bit of paper that haven't been on the ground for 2 years, 15 years or whatever are making the decisions. And it's the same with politics, the same with everything, but it's just, I mean, I think however many glasses of whiskey I've had, me and you could set the world to rights and we can sort everything out right now with my whip that's currently on the shelf.
Oh, I see.
Oh, fair.
I think I've said this a lot, maybe not on the podcast actually, but I find myself saying it a lot with friends and family when we have discussions like this, often whiskey infused. Life, I think the older you get, the more you realise life is just cyclical. And for me, obviously, I come from the old Bill background, so
do you?
So, I talk a lot with people who have served in the old Bill or are currently serving, and you just see the same old shit happening on like a 15 to 20 year cycle. It's like you see all of a sudden somebody has this brainwave, oh, we're bringing this initiative in and we're going to totally change it and we're going to rebrand this. And you're like, if you've been in any organization long enough, you're like, oh yeah, we did this 10, 15 years ago. So that's just this under a different title. No, it's totally new. And you're like, sounds pretty much like what we did 20 years ago. And then you decided that X was wrong and we're now going to do more Y. And you just see the same old shit happening. And it's just just life, isn't it?
The biggest thing I can say from being in a mid to senior management position, I've said this to my we've got a global director of operations. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool, good job title. He told me, he was just like, oh, it's pretty cool, but he just made it up kind of thing. But I was talking to him the other day and I went, the biggest thing that shocked me by getting into this position is that no one knows what they're doing. Everyone is winging it.
Totally.
Every single person is winging it. And I'm like,
100%.
People's livelihoods are based on this, and you're just going, yeah.
What do you think? Code 4. Yeah. I don't got a fucking clue. Help me out here.
Let's do this because that sounds like the thing that other people have said to me would be good. All right. But yeah,
I saw this in a film once.
Yeah. Have you seen Avatar? Let's do that. But yeah, anyway, going back to the question.
There's 3 things you'd change or introduce.
I've done about 3 things because we'll be here until midnight. The one thing I would change, and I don't know whether this is a legal thing or a company thing, but when you walk into a petrol station or you try and fill your bike up at a petrol station and someone says, take your helmet off. Why? And the amount of people I've argued with at petrol stations, like when I go down to Cornwall, there's a petrol station / McDonald's and whatever at Sparkford, and it's their like main services. And my bike will make it down to Cornwall, but my girlfriend's bike won't. She'll get most of the way and she'll get to Sparkford and then have to fill up. So we always stop there for some chicken nuggets and to fill up. And there are 2 guys that work there that are lovely. Like, they are the nicest guys. There's a woman that works there. I say that like it was targeted. It's not. But there's a woman that works there that will not let you fill up your bike.
Which one is this? Which services?
Sparkford.
Where's that?
So it is A30, A303 kind of route.
Is that the one as you come down the hill and all the services are over on the left? There's a speed camera.
Yeah. So just after the speed camera. So there's like the 60 mile an hour road that it goes to a dual carriageway from a single lane, and there's a speed camera and it catches out a few people.
Oh no, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one.
And it comes back to a single lane. You've got a couple of roundabouts, and on one of the roundabouts there's the services, and it's got McDonald's and whatever. But yeah, there's a woman there that does not let you fill up unless you take your helmet off. And I've been quite angry and quite tired when I've gone in there before. They are the same, and the Shell station down the road is exactly the same. And I'm like, I fill up at the Shell station down the road is a mile from my house, if that, half a mile. And I fill up there once, maybe twice a week, depending how happy I've been on the bike. And there's a woman there that just does not let you fill up. This is my girlfriend coming home. She's going to be like, why are you so pissed? Hi. I'm still on this call.
Paul, it's an internationally acclaimed podcast, Samuel.
Yeah, sorry. I'm still on this internationally acclaimed podcast that's going to make me hundreds of millions of pounds because I'm a YouTuber. Perfect. Cool.
Send me free shit.
Yeah. She's one of the ones that kicks off about this petrol thing. But yeah, this woman does not. Ironically, it's a woman in the Shell station as well that doesn't let you do it. And I walked in there and I'm like, well, in the nicest way, you can see I've got an Arai Tour X4. This is my vision is this. Like you can see my face. Like in the nicest way, I'm on an 18 grand super adventure. I've got a number plate. I've turned up and I turn up here once a week. Mm-hmm. Why am I not going to, you've got my number plate. Why am I not going to pay for fuel? And if I don't pay for fuel, what are you going to do? What's the difference between CMIs and not? And the thing that really got me is I wore, just to test it, I wore a full face balaclava and went to fill up there. And I'm to the point where you can't see anything but my eyes. They let you fill up. Like,
that's what annoys me, mate. You get somebody in a car who's, for example, wearing the pardon my ignorance, the is it burqa? You know, like the Muslim hijab. Sorry. If you're wearing that, or even if you're just wearing a fucking baseball cap and sunglasses, do they tell you to take that off? No. So why do you tell bikers and get off the bike? You got to get off the bike to fill it up. Fuck off, I'm an adult, right? Yeah. If I want to make that decision to sit on the bike and put fuel onto a hot engine, I'll do that, right? Yeah. My decision. It really winds me up.
Yeah. And the thing that, I don't like to admit this, but I've walked in there before and been in a mid-argument with people and going, what's the problem? Like, I'm going to pay for fuel. Like, why is it? And sometimes I'm going to pay for fuel and I was going to use your app, but your app's shit. So I haven't paid for fuel on your app because your app's shit. So sort that out and maybe I'll pay for fuel. But I've walked in there and they've gone, well, and I've used that. Well, if I was wearing a hijab or I was wearing some other religious garment where I'm covered, she was like, yeah, but that's religious. I'm like, all right, my helmet's religious then.
Yeah, I'm a biker. It's a religion.
Yeah, you're discriminating against me as a biker. And like, I'm not going to go into it because whiskey.
Exactly. But
it aggravates me so much. And ironically, I came home moaning about this, like kicking off because me and George had gone in. My mate had gone into this Shell station and he had lost his shit. And like I'm talking, I had to go in there to calm him down and tell him to get out. And I came home, and Emma sat on the sofa and she went, yeah, they've got a sign up that says if you lift your visor, it's fine. And I went, what? So I went in there the following day and just went, you've got a sign. It's just so, like, they've got a sign up that says it, but they don't follow it. What difference
does that make?
You can see my face, even though I've got a clear visor. I'm pointing up there. My helmet's there. It's just I'm pointing.
You got CCTV in your room looking at you. Right. Last question.
Patreon.
4 hours in almost. Jesus Christ. I think you've won. I think this is the longest one yet. Yes. We've not even finished Patreon.
Oh my God.
Sorry. I've got a lovely warm glow. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've got a real need to go to the toilet. That's what I've got.
Right, we're nearly finished. Matt Ward. Hello, gents. Question for Sam. What's it like having the best bike in the world? Wait, guess which bike Matt rides.
Yeah.
Boring.
Good
Question for
man.
Bruce. Stop fighting it, mate. You know you're Team Orange. You're just in denial. Now, Matt, if you've watched my KTM Super Adventure S review vid, Matt is the chap I'm riding with. The one that sends me through the fjord. That's
Yeah.
Matt.
So he knows, like he's seen the light, basically. That's what you're saying to me.
He's had issues. He's had 2 KTMs now, and the previous one he had a few issues with, but he still loved the bike. And then when I went out riding with him to test this new one, don't tell KTM, but I let him have a shot of the new one. Yeah. And he was like, it's not a big enough difference. The next day he messaged me and went, I've just bought the new KTM. And I was like, I thought it wasn't. He says, I couldn't get it out of my head. After I rode it, I couldn't get it out of my head, and that was it.
That's what it is. And I think I rode the 2020 model. Just, that was in the days where I had my drift, so it was like quite a while ago. I say quite a while ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, whatever it was. And that bike was, I took out the Super Adventure and my mate took out the Super Duke. So it's a Gen 2. Mm-hmm. We had a lot of fun, like a lot of fun. But the thing that I didn't like about the Super Adventure, like second gen Super Adventure, I think it's second gen anyway, is it looked quite plasticky. Like there was a TFT, but everything around it was quite plasticky, and I don't know. And then you hear the stories of the screen going black and all this sort of stuff. And then when they announced the new Super Adventure, like the 2022 model, 2021 model, my mate texted me and just went, "There you go, there's your next bike." And I went, "Nah, it's fine, whatever." I test rode one because I thought it was going to do really well on YouTube. I went, I'm going to test ride this because it's going to be I'm going to be one of the first people to get the test ride review on, like that kind of thing. Yeah. And I rode it, and I got back and my footage, my audio was screwed. My audio was ruined. And it was a great bike, don't get me wrong. It was like, I was like, yeah, this is cool.
Was that GoPro again?
Yeah. So I got back and the audio was fucked. So I contacted KTM and I kind of lied a bit, and I just went, I really liked it. Can I come back and test ride it again? All on the premise that I was going to buy. To them, I was going to buy it. To me, I was getting the video footage.
They listen to this podcast.
They probably do. They know. Like every time I sit there and I just go, oh yeah, I walk in there and go, oh, I've had it remapped, and they just make notes of it. Like, oh yeah, bear that in mind for the warranty if he comes back and kicks off.
Exactly.
But yeah, I went back and I test rode it again and went, oh, I'm going to test ride it again because I really like the bike and I'm going to definitely buy it, that kind of thing. And I test rode it for 2 hours. And I said, can I take it for 2 hours? And I test rode it into London. And an hour in, I just went, fuck, this bike is awesome. Like I am. And to the point where I put the video up, I didn't think the video was that blowing smoke up KTM's arse kind of thing. I didn't think it was that good. That kind of get over yourself kind of thing. And everyone in the comments was like, well, we know what your next bike's going to be, that kind of thing. I was like,
Is it that obvious?
I test rode it again. And I was just like, I've got to test ride it and go, am I actually considering spending 17 grand on a bike? And I went back and I was just like, fuck. And I walked back in and I went, well, what's going to change this for me is they're going to go, your Tracer's worth 800 quid because it's got 40,000 miles on it and it's a Tracer, you know what I mean? And the finance deals are going to be 400 quid a month. And I walked in and I sort of went, out of interest, what would you give me for my bike? And they came back and went, like, he called 3 of his dealers and the first one came back and went 2.8. Shit. And then the second one came back and gave me, like, it said more. I was like, and then we were talking about the finance deals and I went, well, I don't want it over too much, too many years, blah, blah, blah. I'll use my bike as a trade-in, maybe put a bit of money in, that kind of thing. And he went, oh, so that would be 180 quid a month.
Jesus.
And I was just like, oh, what?
Didn't me?
And I just went, okay. Yeah. I'll have it. And yeah,
What mileage do you put in for that?
10.
Yeah, see, like the max they'll do is 20, so I have to do 20,000, and
Yeah,
that
but
whacks you.
I my guarantee, or I mean, my balloon is 7.8.
Hmm.
I think it is the guarantee. They've basically said to me the guaranteed value if I do, because I did it over 2 years as well. It's not over
All
3 years.
Yeah, about 3.
Um, but that's 2 years, 10,000 miles a year. With I bought crash bars, full tech pack, sump guard, like heat grips, the kind of almost the works. 188 quid a month, and
Jesus.
yeah, and I kind of just sat there going, I love this bike. I'm going to pay it off in June because it's up in July this year.
Yeah, mine's up in June. Mate, but the new GS is coming out either end
Yeah,
of the
is
year,
it though?
well, either end of this year or next year. So I
Yeah.
think what I'll probably end up doing is extending my finance for a year,
Are
and
you
then
PCP?
yeah,
Hmm.
I always buy PCP. I couldn't afford a new bike, so I just get them on the tick and
Yeah.
just swap them every 2 to 3 years.
It's
Yeah.
honestly like the the GS, the 1300 GS, or whatever they're going to call it, would have to be. I think even it. Like, I've heard a load of rumors. One where they're going to say a 1250 is going to be the adventure bike, and then they're going to do like a 1300 or 1400 that's going to be more of a multi-strada super adventure competitor.
Mhm.
I think GS has been the top of the food chain for a long time. And suddenly you've got 4 or 5 bikes that have more tech, have more power, are cheaper, and the reliability is almost there as well. So they're going to have to do something big.
But they're not cheaper. They're not cheaper when you spec them out equivalent. I've checked this, and even with the Super Adventure, when I spec the Super Adventure out to the equivalent of the bike I own downstairs right now, the TE GS 1250, the KTM I think was actually more expensive when I did it.
So I did this whole thing because when I was sitting there going, I can't buy this bike. This is stupid money. I spec'd up a multi-strada. I spec'd up a GS. I spec'd up this and the old 1200 Tiger.
Hmm.
I don't really care in saying, I paid 16.4 for my bike.
What?
Which was...
What? How?
So the bike was 15.
I think it was like 19, 20 grand when I spec'd it up on the website.
So I bought my bike, Super Adventure S, tech pack, full tech pack. I bought crash bars, sump guard, heat grips, headlight guard, and I'm sure there was something else. And it was 16.9, and then I paid 16.4 because they gave me a discount on the accessories.
On but the 1290 Gen 3 Super Adventure S.
Yep. 2021 plate. They've gone up a bit in price now because of Brexit and
but I did
all
this
that
a couple of
shit.
years ago. When it first came out, I did the vid. I'm sure it was like 19, 20 grand when I spec'd it on the website.
I mean, if you add every single thing in the Power Pass catalog.
It was literally equivalent to what my GS had, which was blipper, quick shifter, heated grips, sump guard, spoke wheels.
The spoke wheels are 900 quid, which probably added 900 quid to your price.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically, it was to go from what I have as the GS 1250 TE to go from that to exactly the same in the Super Adventure S package. It was more expensive than buying the GS.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's gone up. I know the base
price has maybe gone down.
But I know the base price bike has gone up $1,000 or whatever it is now because of imports and all that sort of shit. But I paid 16.4 for my bike and it had tech pack and everything. So when you look at it like that and a multi-strada, like a GS, I was never really going to buy a GS because I've got a really tiny, and I can't have 135 horsepower. I've got to have more than that. But the GS is fantastic. But then I think I spec mine up and it was about 18 or 19K to the same standard. That's not with the dick lights. Obviously, the GS doesn't have the adapt radar cruise or anything yet. It will have on the next yeah. I said to someone the other day that I reckon the next iteration of GS, you can quote me on this, but the matrix LED headlights that cars have at the moment, where they like block out, kind of like you come up behind someone, they block. I reckon the next GS is going to have that. Yeah, 100%, because they've got to better everything.
I don't know if you've heard, but I bumped into some guys who said Germany. They were the engineers, in Germany, and they were telling me all about it, and it's quite different to what like MCN and people like that are chatting about. They were like, no, there's just one engine, because I was like, oh, is the two engines covering the adventure? And were, no, it's only they were saying 1350. So, but they did say, look, we come from a car background and we've been brought in to do, this specific part for the new GS.
Yeah.
So they were interested to see me and what I thought of the 1250 GS.
Yeah.
They very much were like of the opinion, they were like, we don't know if GS owners are going to like this because it's quite different. And that made me go, yes.
That might be, because let's be honest, BMW are not going to be blind to the fact that there's a stigma around some GS owners. And they want to get the KTM owners, the Ducati owners, and the Triumph owners. They want to get those people on board. So I think they need to push to that point. They need to offer something which tailored. I don't know. Maybe they need to offer something that like someone like me, that I'm a bit of a knob. Let's be honest. Like, I'm a bit of a knob. I like a loud exhaust. I like being able to power wheelie in third gear. I like being able to piss people off if I want to with a loud exhaust that pops all the time and giggle. So riding a GS, the only way I get that is if I've got a really loud exhaust that pops and bangs. And it does do that, which is quite cool. But it doesn't have the power. So they've got to do something. It's a difficult position because they need to do something that's going to impress and keep the polite vest brigade happy, but they also need to try and bring in, like KTM this year, where they've launched the new colours, the 2023 colours, and they've done the grey. I don't know why I did that. They've launched the grey colour. Every single person, I put it on my Instagram story, every single person that owns a KTM was like, oh, that's fucking boring. Of course, every single person that owns a GS responded, actually, I quite like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that, for me, is me, like, I look at that going, oh, that's a smart move from KTM there. Like, they're trying to entice the GS lot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because the Super Adventure S it rides very much like the GS. When you activate the self-leveling suspension, it rides just like a GS, but it's like a GS that's 10 years younger and someone's towel flicked its balls whilst it's on steroids and taking a line of coke. That's pretty much a KTM, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I tell you what, you're not going to lose a GS. You won't, if you take equivalent riders, you won't lose the GS, but the GS will not overtake that KTM.
But when I did my Norfolk ride, Mark Leeds came up to do that the remap with me, that BHP UK remap.
I didn't realise you'd done that.
Yeah, they messaged me and went, "Hey, your bike's on my development list. Are you interested in a free remap?" And I went, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah, they contacted me a few years ago, and I didn't do it.
Yeah, I turned up there thinking they were just going to be like a plug and play, like we've bought a map off the internet. We were there for hours. Like, we left at about 4:00 in the afternoon. We got there at 10. They were very good, like very, very good. But Mark was there. I'd had my bike remapped, and it was, when it was done, it was 151.8 brake horsepower at the rear wheel. So take that, it was about 11 horsepower more than stock. So at the crank, call it 170. Mark from Leeds on his 20, whatever it is, GSA, didn't leave me. Like I didn't leave him. He was keeping up. And the only time the difference came in was when we were over 70, 80 mile an hour on our rate public, our not
on that
public
runway that you were doing
runway.
the wheelies on. Yeah.
Yeah. But the difference is he'd keep up, but I was in third gear trying to keep the front wheel down laughing, and he was absolutely gunned. And I think the difference for me with something like a GS, something like a Tiger 1200, I rode my dad's he's got the 2022 Tiger 1200. You can pin the shit out of it, and it's a fantastic bike. It's really good. But when you're going for it, it feels like the bike doesn't want to do it. It do it, and it does it very well. But when you're doing 120 mile an hour, the bike feels comfortable doing 70 or 80. Whereas on a KTM, you're doing 70 or 80 and it's going, go on, shift down a gear. Like it's
not
almost
even awake yet. Yeah.
Come on, mate. Like this is boring. So GS is more than quick enough. So if BMW do a good job of this 1350 or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, but I think, BMW have the best selling big bike for almost 20 years running globally.
For now.
And no, I mean, they are but if you look at the figures, they are streets ahead of everybody. Just nobody else is even competition. And they're business people at the end of the day. So they're not going to go, we want to entice this market. They're going to want to placate the established market that they've got. And if they can, they want to entice a few new ones for sure. So there'll be there's adaptive cruise control. There's going to be a bit more oomph. Guys, there's more power, but all it is to get through the latest Euro 6, Euro 7, restrictions that are coming through. There's going to be a few little tweaks, but it's just going to be BMW, isn't it? It's going to be refined. It's going to be 90% perfect at absolutely everything. Just lacks a little bit of nuts for the all-out hooligan, and those people are going to go KTM. Those people are going to go Ducati for a bit of flair. That's what they're going to do. It lacks a little bit of prowess for the off-roading stuff, and those people are going to go KTM and smaller CC bikes, or the Honda Africa Twin, maybe, if they want to do a load of off-roady stuff. But that market that want the do-it-all bike that does everything, that's got the established global network that just does everything without much fuss, and the reliability, and if anything goes wrong, they'll look after you. They're just going to buy that bike, whatever it is.
That's the difference between KTM and BM and Ducati, is that all the bikes are the same let's be honest, all the bikes are the same when it comes to reliability. Like GS is, I mean, if you want to be I know they've got more bikes sold, but GSs are like the most recovered bike in the UK kind of thing. So,
but again, they're the most.
Yeah. So there's the argument of, but they've got 20,000 more bikes on the road. But they're all kind of the same. All the reliability is relatively close. You'll have problems with everything. If you get a Friday bike, you get a Friday bike, whether it's a Triumph, whether it's Ducati or whatever. The difference is with BMW, the dealers are almost franchised to a world. So you walk into a BMW dealer and you say, my bike's got a problem. They go, no problem, sir. Here's a demo. Here's a free bike. We will take your bike until it's fixed. Whereas KTM, my dealer in Hemel, is phenomenal. They're lovely guys and they are really, really good. But then I get people messaging me from like wherever going, but my dealer just couldn't give a shit. And that's the problem, is if like some dealers we're going to do everything to get you sorted, but some dealers just like, And
I say to people that say I've not had because I get this about BMWs, and I say to people, if you've had that reaction, vote with your feet and go elsewhere. Like I go almost 2 hours out my way to go to a BMW dealership where I feel valued as a punter. Like I used to go to one down the road, but it's changed hands a couple of times now, and I just don't feel like I get the service there that I should as a paying punter. Yeah. So I've gone to, I've been up north, I've been up Milton Keynes, great service up there,
No.
but it's a long way for me to go. I've been across into Guildford. Okay, service, not bad, it's great, but it's quite expensive. And then I started going to one down near Brighton, and great for me, but it's almost 2 hours. But I'll travel that to get the good service. So
I did that with my
your feet.
Tracer. Yeah, I did that with my Tracer. The 6,000 mile service on my Tracer 700. I won't say the name, but the dealer in Hemel. There's only one Yamaha dealer in Hemel, but they quoted me 385 quid for my 6,000 mile service, which was oil and filters.
What?
And I went, sort of fuck off, basically. If that's the cost, that's a bit much. I went there for a warranty. So I had an LED rear light, and one of the LEDs or two of the LEDs in the rear light had gone. I went there for a rear light. They couldn't give a toss. They literally could not care less. And as I left with them going, I don't really care, like, you need to go back to your dealer you bought the bike from, one of the service mechanics came out and said, you got a headlight out. You know, Yamaha with the twin headlight bikes, every single Yamaha with a twin headlight bike, like separated, have one on as a low beam and one as a high beam. And he came out and went, oh, you got a headlight out. And I was like, right, if that is what you say as a mechanic, I'm not getting my... And I went to where the place I bought it from is in Farnham in Surrey, Motorcycle Shop, I think they're called. He said, no, it's 196 standard across all Yamaha dealers. And come down whenever you please. And that's a 120 mile round trip for me. And I just went, well, I'll go there every single time I get it serviced, because sod paying 400 quid for a guy that doesn't know his arse from his elbow. Yeah.
I'm the same. But yeah. I'm the total same, mate. Absolute total same.
It's such a shame because it can ruin someone's opinion of a fantastic product.
And it should, you know, put my cutthroat head on, it should ruin that business, because if that business is taking a piss and it doesn't value its customers, then, to be honest with you, I don't really think they should be, they shouldn't be allowed to be in existence for too much longer, because you've got to look after the customer. Yeah. It's like what we do, isn't it? You've got to build up relationships with the end customer.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, mate, we are over 4 hours. You are the longest one so far.
That's all I wanted. I wanted someone to tell me that I'm longest they've ever had.
Right. We've not even got to Instagram or Facebook. So will you come back and do a round two at some point?
Will I come back, chat about bikes for 4 hours and drink whiskey? I don't know, mate.
I was going to suggest we like meet up and do a ride somewhere and then record the podcast live. But why don't we do a little trip somewhere and then we can get on the beer and record it live?
Good Christ, can you imagine?
It'd be fucking carnage. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll
bring Mark from Leeds and we'll just abuse him for 4 hours.
Shall we? Yes. Shall we get MFL involved?
Oh yeah, I'll bring my whip. He can bring his butt plug. We can have a really good night.
And with that, Sam, do you want to plug your channel, your social media? Over to you.
If you would like to follow my channel, I would love it. I'm not worried. If you don't want to watch it, then don't worry about it. I have a YouTube and an Instagram. While I'm here, if you're still here, fucking congratulations! Like, you deserve a pint. This SamVBikes thing, that kind of came out of nowhere because it was an Instagram name. I would love a name like TeapotOne, the Missing Flyer, Mark from Leeds, anything like that. If anyone,
SamVBikes is brilliant.
I don't know, it's just a bit meh. Like, it started as Sam versus bikes.
Stay with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You've established it.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it established? But yeah, if you've got a name which you think is better, leave it in the comment section below. If you have a name that
Thundercunt One,
KTM Thundercunt One. If you have a name that I like and I end up going with, I'll send a crate of beers to your house or whatever.
Share 50% of his ad revenue with you.
Yeah, I mean, all right, take 50 quid. Happy days. But yeah, so that's that. Follow my Instagram if you want to. I've got a Patreon. It's it's live if you want, but I mean, it doesn't really have anything extra if you want to be that cool person. But you get to be called a Viking. That's what I've gone with. I've dropped my Wacom pen. Yes,
I'm gonna have to join your Patreon as well now to be a Viking. I've always wanted to be a Viking.
Yeah, it's leveled in beard, so it's like aspiring beard, stubble, or something. Yeah, but you were talking about shaving yours.
Only for charity, and I'm. This would have to be for a substantial amount of money for me to shave it.
£7.
No.
8?
I'm talking a lot of money for a very worthwhile. I mean, all charities are worthwhile, but it would have to be one that really hits me in the feels. And
does paying off a KTM Super Adventure count as a good charity?
No, because you should have bought a BMW GS 1250.
It's quite tiring. It's quite late. I'm going to have to go because you're tiring me.
Right, folks, I will leave all of Sam's links down below. Make sure you check him out. Give him a subscribe. Give him a follow. Give him a like. If you want to be a Viking, make sure you check out his Patreon. Sam, been an absolute pleasure. Oh, can I give one little shout out? I will have done my sponsor readouts by now. This is not a sponsor, but Chris Hatton, this arrived in the post today. This chap, Chris Hatton, has sent me. Look at that.
That's slate.
It's
slate.
Slate.
So cool.
Laser etched slate. It's a coaster, and it's from this company called King Bespoke Creations. Can you see that?
Yeah.
There. Chris Hatton. Chris, thank you very much for that, mate. That is top dollar. Thank you very much.
Chris Hatton, if you want to send me one of those, but with a penis etched in it, I will happily shout it out. I mean, I don't know if you know me. I've got like nearly 6,000 subscribers. I'm pretty much a big deal. So,
have you thought, at the risk of extending this another bloody 15 minutes, have you thought about that? 5,000 people subscribe to your channel.
Yes, you're all weirdos.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I mean, you got 75. You got 70,000 more people than me.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like 5,000 is a phenomenal amount. Like 75,000 is a phenomenal amount of people, but 5,000, when you look at it, you're like, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, we're both weirdos on the internet.
Totally. It's just nuts, isn't it? What's wrong with you people? Do you not have hobbies?
Yeah, you're all a bunch of weirdos. I can't believe you've watched. Please don't unfollow me. When I was at ABR, it was really weird because I was half cut walking back to my tent or whatever I was doing, going for a toilet. Smashed. Okay, I was smashed. And I was walking.
I'm going to be so drunk this year. So drunk.
Can you stay for more than a day as well? That'd be great.
Yes, I'm there Friday to Sunday now. I don't think I'll be there Thursday. Friday to Sunday.
I'm Thursday to Sunday. But yeah, it was really weird that I was walking back, sort of, I'm going to be careful how I do the hand thing because the gay icon thing might come up again.
That's the thumbnail.
But
that is definitely the thumbnail.
Mum, I hope you're proud of me. But I was walking back with hot dog in hand, beer in hand.
Hang on, I just need to do this.
Mine's thicker and chodier than yours.
You'll see the thumbnail. It'll all make sense.
Oh, Christ. Sorry, Mum. But yeah, I was walking back and I just like these people just going,
Mrs. Vincent.
You're SamVBikes, aren't you? You're Sam Vincent. I'm like, how do you know me? That's weird. And the worst one was I was coming out of the toilet after the morning after having a lot of food and you know what was going to happen. And we call it a period in our friendship group. So I was coming out of the toilet, washed my hands and everything, and got some guy literally looking up the steps and went, "Oh, you're the guy on the KTM. I watched you on YouTube." Went to shake my hands. I'm like, "Thank fuck, I washed my hands."
I washed. Yeah.
Thank Christ. Did I?
I had a chap at the ABR. Bear in mind, I wasn't drinking at this year's ABR. I went to the toilet and I was literally at the sink washing my hands. And a guy came in and went, "TeapotOne, give us a hug." And he went and gave me a great big hug in the toilet. And I was just like, wow, this is a bit weird.
Don't go in cubicle 2. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
Sam, awesome, mate. I've really enjoyed this. 100%. Let's meet up. Let's do the next one in person. We'll do a ride. We'll do a trip somewhere. We'll stay overnight, have some beers, and we'll do the next one. We'll do part 2.
And you can have a go on my super adventure and I'll convince you to buy it.
Well, never say never. That's all I'm going to say.
I won't ride your GS though, because I don't really want to fall asleep while I'm riding.
I tell you what, when we go for a ride, right, I'll wait where we're going and I'll wait for you to catch up, and then you can tell me how good your KTM is. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a really big smile on my face. You'll have tears in your eyes. But yeah, anyway, thank you very much for having me. I genuinely
pleasure,
appreciate it.
I've really enjoyed it, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Very much. And I look forward to meeting up and doing some work with you. Right, folks, hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have managed to do 4 hours and almost 20 minutes, fair play. You are dedicated. There will be a part 2. Keep your eye out for that, folks. Keep doing your thing. Thank you very much to everyone that's left some questions. I'm really sorry to those of you on Instagram and Facebook who have left questions and we've not even got there yet, but we will. I promise you, you'll be priority on the next one. So, folks, keep doing your thing. Keep looking after those that you love. Get on out there whenever you can. But most importantly, live your life. Woo-ha! Dude, that was mint. I love that.
Fucking brilliant.